Honourable Speaker, I want to thank you, Honourable Speaker. I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, Wednesday, 15th November 2023, in the afternoon sitting. 1. Report of the Auditor General on financial statements for the year ended 30th June 2023 and the certificates therein in respect of the following. 1. Eastern Africa Regional Transport, Trade and Development Facilitation Project, State Department for Roads. Horn of Africa Gateway Development Project, State Department for Roads. Northern Corridor Rehabilitation Program, Phase 3, Kenya National Highways Authority. Kenya Youth Employment and Opportunities Project, National Industrial Training Authority, NITA. Nairobi Southern Bypass Road Project, Kenya National Highways Authority. And lastly, Nairobi Thika Highway Improvement Project, Kenya National Highways Authority. I thank you, Honourable Speaker, and I beg to lay.
Next report. Chairperson for the Joint Committee of the Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security. Okay. Honorable Tongo, we are waiting for you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House today, the Wednesday, 15th November 2023. Report of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on its consideration of the request regarding deployment of officers of the National Police Service to the Multinational Security Support Mission for Haiti.
Next paper, Budget and Appropriations. The next paper will be deferred to a bit later. We can move to the next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
Again, Honorable Tongoya.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, once again. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of motion for the following. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give notice of the following motion. That taking into consideration the recommendation of the Joint Committee of the National Assembly Departmental Committee on Administration and Internal Security and the Senate Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations in its report on the request regarding deployment of officers of the National Police Service to the multinational security support mission for Haiti, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 15th November 2023. And pursuant to the provision of Article 248A, this House approved the deployment of officers of the National Police Service to the multinational security support mission for Haiti.
Thank you. Again, the Chairperson Budget Committee will defer that for a moment. We can go to the next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements. Order number 8, procedural motion, approval of morning sittings on specified Thursdays.
Majority Leader? Or acting Majority Leader?
All right, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I would like to move the motion a procedural motion on the approval of morning sittings on specified Thursdays. Honorable Speaker, that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold morning sittings on Thursdays of November 16th, 23rd, and 30th, 2023, commencing at 9 a.m. for purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. Honorable Speaker, we are faced with a situation where we have several important matters before this House, and the approaching recess that is coming in December. It behoves on us as members of this august and honorable House that we complete the business, and therefore we are requesting that we are seeking approval that we start having sittings, especially on Thursdays, in the morning and in the afternoon. And therefore this request, Honorable Speaker, is to seek for the approval of the House to have morning sittings. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, we have the supplementary budget that is coming to this House probably today, and we will need ample time for us to debate and discuss and approve the budget. Honorable Speaker, we have the motion and the request on the Haiti matter and many other matters that are pending, and therefore we request the House to approve the sittings so that from tomorrow we start in the morning and every Thursday we start in the morning. Honorable Speaker, we would have wanted to have a Tuesday also, but I think the Speaker overruled that, and therefore I think we can make do with Thursdays if the House approves. Honorable Speaker, I would like to request the Honorable Member for Kipipiri, the Dragon Slayer, and the former East African legislator, the gracious lady Wanjiku Muhia, to second.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Considering the business in the House, the weight of the business, especially supplementary business, many reports queuing on the line, and for interest of the recess, and we need to conclude all the businesses before we close the year, I beg to second.
Honorable members, I now propose the question that pursuant to the provisions of Standing Order 33C, this House resolves to hold morning sittings on Thursdays of November 16th, November 23rd, and November 30th, the year 2023, commencing at 9:30 a.m. for the purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. Okay, it's the mood of the House that I put the question. Honorable members, I now put the question that pursuant to the provisions of Order 33C, this House resolves to hold morning sittings on Thursdays of November 16th, November 23rd, and 30th of the year 2023. Commencing at 9:30 a.m. for the purposes of considering priority business ahead of the December recess. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Will as many as of the contrary opinion say nay? Nay. The ayes have it.
Order number 9, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments Bill, National Assembly Bill number 67 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to make various amendments to statute law. Order number 10, the Statute Law Miscellaneous Amendments number 2 Bill, National Assembly Bill number 68 of 2023, first reading. A bill for an act of parliament to make various amendments to statute law and for connected purposes. Order number 11, motion, debate on the President's Address, Day 3.
Honorable Junet, what is out of order? Give Honorable Junet the mic.
No, Madam Speaker, I thought still the the Deputy Speaker is on the chair, but now that she has left. But Madam Speaker, what I wanted to raise is that we're seeking your indulgence and guidance on a matter, on a notice of motion that has been moved by Honorable Ntongoyo on the deployment of police officers to Haiti. Madam Speaker, I'm not anticipating debate, but I want to raise a procedural matter and a constitutional matter, that this matter, before the motion is brought to the House, I wanted to request the Speaker to give directive that the matter be subjected to public participation as required by the Constitution. This is a very heavy matter. This is a deployment of Kenyans to another part of the country. This is an issue.
Order, Honorable Junet. Order, Honorable Junet. First of all, the chair is not vacant. The chair is properly occupied, and you don't need to see the Deputy Speaker on the seat. Secondly, this matter you're being preempted. We're actually preempting debates. That was a motion, a notice of a motion. We will have enough time to prosecute that matter as a House. Honorable Tongoyo, are you speaking to the same, or have I guided the way you'd have wanted to say?
Just to really support what we have said, Madam Speaker, I think the very senior member, Junet, is preempting. We will have the entire tomorrow. He can bring his issues, but I want to confirm to Kenyans and to this House that we really follow the due process of law to the latter. We did the publication, of course, we had the public participation done. Nevertheless, you'll have the opportunity to raise any concern.
I've already guided Honorable Tongoyo, that is sufficient.
Yeah, thank you, Madam.
We'll continue with the debate under order number 11. On this motion, the member for Jororok, you had a balance of 4 minutes. 4 minutes. Is that true? 4 minutes. As I had been guided, every member is speaking for 5 minutes. Apart from 3 chairs, the member for National Intelligence, Defense and Foreign Relations, the chair for JLAC, and the chair for National Security. Every other member, 5 minutes. Member for Jororok, Honorable Mushira, you have the floor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, like I said in the morning, I want to laud the President for being forthright and candid to Kenyans on the real state of the nation as he was giving his speech. Madam Speaker, the President appreciated that it is true the cost of living is high, and that it is true he also took over a country that is ridden with debts. But the most important thing, Madam Speaker, is that the President gave an assurance that he is working towards fixing this mess that he inherited from the previous regimes. On the matter to do with debts, the President indicated that he is working towards rationalization of the budget and to reduce the budget shortfalls, and that way we as a country we reduce external borrowing. And number 2, Madam Speaker, the President indicated that he is working towards payment of the expensive and exploitative Eurobond that is due next year, and he indicated that he intends to pay that debt ahead of time. And that way, Madam Speaker, this will reduce the pressure that the country is experiencing in terms of servicing the debts that fall due. On the matters of cost of living, the President indicated that the program of subsidy of fertilizer that reduced the cost of fertilizer from 6,500 to currently 2,500 by subsidizing production rather than consumption is working, and it's a matter of time that the price of food will continue reducing. We've seen the reduction of food prices, and I know with time the food prices will continue reducing. Madam Speaker, I was impressed to listen to the President share success stories about the Financial Inclusion Fund, also known as Hustler Fund. Madam Speaker, this Hustler Fund is a game changer to the hustlers of this country. Madam Speaker, we as leaders need to encourage our our voters and Kenyan citizens to apply for this fund, because out there, people have enterprising minds and brains. They have good ideas. What they lack is capital to implement those ideas. With the Hustler Fund, that you don't need to know anyone to get and to apply, you will be able to get this fund and apply your ideas and start that small business. Madam Speaker, we also need to encourage Kenyan citizens that for you to get more loans from this Hustler Fund, you need to borrow and repay. We know that it is true. There are Kenyans who have increased their limit, as the President stated, by borrowing and pay and borrowing and pay. But we also know that there are also Kenyans who have not been able to pay, and it is important to encourage them to keep on applying and paying for this fund. Madam Speaker, I would also encourage the relevant State Department to continue sharing these success stories to Kenyans, so that Kenyans can know that it is true. You can be able to rise from the bottom up through business. Madam Speaker, and finally, on the matters of education, I want to laud the President, because for the last financial year, there were recruitment of over 55,000 teachers. And this is laudable because of the implementation of the JSS and ensuring the standard of education are enhanced in this country. Madam Speaker, with those few remarks, I support.
Thank you. Next chance to go to the Honorable Member for Kibwezi West, Honorable Ekomas Mutuse.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I now confirm that coming early and logging in early pays. I stand to contribute to the State of Nation address delivered by His Excellency the President before the joint sitting of Parliament on the 9th of November 2023. And Madam Speaker, before I go to what I want to say, first of all is to say that the President's speech was concise, it was brief, not a lot of verbosity, not ambiguous, very specific and eloquently delivered. It was also delivered within a good time, because many times you would realize that people would deliver a speech until the people listening to the speech get very bored. And so we want to applaud the President for having a speech that was specific, a speech that was timeous, and that was also very eloquently delivered. Having discussed the form and the manner of delivery, Madam Speaker, being the member for Kibwezi and also being the Vice Chair of JLAC, I would want to speak to issues that the President spoke about, especially concerning the governance, justice, law and order sector. You would realize that our Constitution, Madam Speaker, is very right.
Honorable Basil, hold on, Honorable Mutuse. What is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think I'm standing on point of order 85. My brother Mutuse is misleading the House. He says the speech was short and precise, but it was too long. 100 points, more than 1 hour. So please, it was
Honorable
not too short.
Basil, you are totally out of order. Read your standing orders. The standing order number 85 is on anticipation of debate. Totally out of order. Continue, Honorable Mutuse.
Thank you very much. The Honorable, it is very important for the Honorable Basil to also get an opportunity to speak in this House. We have come a long way with him, the member for Yatta. And short is in context, because we are also comparing with what has been done in the past. We know this House has been engaged to speeches that would run for more than 3 hours. And so, like I had said, Madam Speaker, I want to contribute specifically to the issues that the President spoke about regarding the justice, law and order sector. And fundamentally, Madam Speaker, as I had said, our Constitution, the Constitution of Kenya 2010, is very rights and freedoms centric. And that's why the chapter on fundamental rights is among the most elaborate in our Constitution. And I am happy that the President was able to touch on issues that touch on fundamental rights, including political, civil, and economic and social rights as demanded in our Constitution. Madam Speaker, one of the most important things that the President spoke about is the appointment of the 6 judges of the Court of Appeal that had been delayed by the former president. Under our constitution, the president's role in the appointment of judges is largely ceremonial, and therefore a president cannot purport to not appoint judges on the basis of imaginary intelligence reports, on the basis of imaginary integrity issues that are not put forth to the country. Madam Speaker, we know also that in terms of reviving the economy, you require a very efficient judiciary. Investors will not go to a country that cannot be able, the judicial system is not working. A country where commercial disputes cannot be resolved within time. And therefore, the number of judges, in terms of the concept of judicial efficiency, the number of judges and the number of judicial officers is very key. And that's why we in the Justice, and we applaud this House as JLAC, such when the President made the proclamation about adding the budget of the judiciary by another 3 billion, this House was able to do it. And through that budget, I can confirm that more judicial officers have been hired. As we speak today, more judges are being hired. You would recall that recently we passed the miscellaneous law amendment that amended the Judicature Act, Section 7 of it, to increase the number of judges of the Court of Appeal from 30 to 70, so that justice can be dispensed expeditiously. And therefore, Madam Speaker, we want to, the country in our own thinking is on the right trajectory, and we want to request that those who get funding from this House, including the Judicial Service Commission and the judiciary, expend those resources in a manner that is prudent. Kenyans are concerned that the Judicial Service Commission appears to be living in largesse, that reports all over of members of the Judicial Service Commission touring countries abroad, living luxuriously, are not very pleasing. And therefore we want, even as we give monies to other arms of government within the justice and law and order sector, that such...
Your time is up. Honorable Junet.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to contribute to this motion, to this debate on the presidential address. Madam Speaker, first I want to bring to the attention of the House that it's a requirement of the Constitution that the President once in a year reports to this Parliament on the achievement of certain parameters that are stipulated in the Constitution. And Madam Speaker, that provision was made in the Constitution so that this House can hold the President accountable. We are not here to have a chorus of thanking the President, appreciating what he said. That's none of our business as a House. We want to know as a House from his speech whether the last 1 year he has achieved those issues that he is supposed to report back to this House, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, when I listened very keenly to the President of that day, because I was present in the House, I almost thought that the President is relaunching his UDA manifesto again for the second time, Madam Speaker. Because the whole speech was full of promises, promise after promise after promise after promise. Madam Speaker, these promises must come to an end, and Kenyans must be told what the government of the day has achieved for the last 1 year, Madam Speaker. 1 year is quite a long period of time, Madam Speaker. A lady gets a child in 1 year, Madam Speaker, after getting married. A whole human being is produced in 1 year, Madam Speaker, through marriage, Madam Speaker. So if you can produce a whole human being living in 1 year, but in 9 months actually, in less than a year, what is this that you cannot achieve in 1 year, Madam Speaker? So, Madam Speaker, let us be honest to Kenyans. Let us not address Kenyans as though some of them are living on earth and others are living in the moon, Madam Speaker. I heard people saying that we have stabilized the economy. I don't understand what stabilization means. When people are suffering, the cost of living is high, the cost of food is high, what have you stabilized? Unless you have stabilized things in a manner that we Kenyans cannot see. You are struggling with debt payment, you are struggling with revenues, you are struggling with all kinds of things, and then you have the audacity to tell Kenyans that we have stabilized the economy. A stabilized economy is an economy that has less debt and higher revenues, where you don't need to borrow to pay a debt. We are living in an economy where today, if we don't borrow, we will not be able to pay our debts, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, some of the things that I listened to in that speech, for example, is the issue of the Hustler Fund. Somebody borrowed 740,000 and now he's a rich man. He has bought a tuk-tuk. Madam Speaker, me, I don't know if we are living in the same country or we are living in different parts of the world, Madam Speaker. If you have a 740,000 shillings, that is enough to buy a tuk-tuk. But if people are saying that, it's like telling me today that I will get 1 million shillings.
Honorable Speaker, you know, the Honorable Junaid has been born in affluence. He's lived as a rich kid. So he does not know how much 700,000 can transform a person's life. He does not know that the price of unga today has moved from 250, which he supported during President Uhuru's speech in this very house,
Order.
that it was 250,
Honorable
now
Owen.
it's at 135.
Order, Honorable Owen Buyer. Order, Honorable Owen Buyer. That is a point of debate. You will have your chance to actually debate. Honorable Junet.
Madam Speaker, thank you for protecting me. You know, if the President and his government are relying on advice from Honorable Buyer, then I can tell you things will get worse going forward. Because I should expect as a leader to tell the President that on this one we are... Madam Speaker, in the whole speech of the President, I did not hear a word that was addressing the cost of living, Madam Speaker. And what is killing Kenyans is the cost of living. That is what this government promised to lower. They never promised to tell us that they are going to buy tuk-tuk for people, they are going to buy this for this. No, it's about ugali, it's about their stomachs, it is about their lives, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I want to urge the government that in the next presidential address, which will be 2 years, a year from now, and it will be 2 years of this government, Madam Speaker, I hope and pray that there will be something.
Your time is up. The next chance will go to... The next chance, I will not add. It is 5 minutes. I will not add. The next chance will go to the member for Westlands, Honorable Timothy Wanyonyi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to give me a chance also to contribute to this presidential speech. Madam Speaker, when the President arrived here and when he stood up to speak, I thought he had forgotten his speech because he looked worried and spoke without reading. But later I realized that maybe he had memorized his speech. He gave out, I believe, what looked like a self-examination of his conscience and a report giving to the country. Madam Speaker, only those who are sitting in government, I think they believe things are okay. But from the body language of the President, he is a worried man. Things are not working, and he just stopped informing the country that they are in trouble, that we are in trouble. And we want to believe that he has good intentions for the country, and that within the next 12 months, he'll move with speed to put the country back on the road. Some of these people, the people sitting with him in government, Madam Speaker, they are not helping much. On Monday, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, when the day they declared a national holiday for planting trees, we saw in the media how wastage in a government that is already struggling with cash constraints, the CSS and senior government officials flying from one corner of the country to another to go and plant trees. This job could have been done very well by the DCCs, the chiefs, and including the local leadership. I believe that is part of controlling government expenditure. And when we are struggling with no cash, Madam Speaker, I think the President needs good people around him to help him, Madam Speaker, to streamline how the government can recover and bring back the economy back on the road. But the way we are going, I see that there is no seriousness
in the government, and we hope that when the bipartisan report is come here, we will see something different coming out so that the government can start functioning the way Kenyans expected. I'm sure the Kenya Kwanza government made so much promises to Kenyans. The Kenyans have got very high expectation, and from what they are seeing, they are frustrated. People of Kenya are so frustrated, and they're still waiting to see the bottoms-up promise, the hustlers rising from down there and being placed somewhere. And even the hustler fund, I'm still waiting to see the effect, because the president said so much has been done. I'm still even to hear from anybody from my constituents tell me what hustler fund has done in his life or impacted on him. All these are things that we are looking forward to. And I'm very sure that with his determination, he's a man who has got a lot of energy, and I'm very sure President RUTO, if he gets right men and women in his government, Madam Speaker, he will deliver to Kenyans. But the way it is now, I doubt it. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Keio South, Honorable Gideon Kimayo. Not in the House. The next one will go to the Honorable Member for Isiolo South, Honorable Bidu Tubi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to air my views on the same. One thing, Madam Speaker, the speech by the President had good things and forgotten some issues. Some good things, including the education. When we talk about education, that is a tick, because education seems to be training. Whatever is supposed to be the requirements for teachers training has been lowered so that a lot of people are going into the schools. That is a tick, I can say. Several others about economy and all these things. It looked as if the whole thing was biased towards agriculture. We have what is called livestock and livelihood. Nothing touched on the livestock and livelihood, which is a mainstay of a lot of people in the north. That thing never touched, the president did not touch or bother to touch. Then the issue of floods. Floods has caused a lot of problems in the country. Right now in my constituency, 4 centers have been closed along the river Wasonyiro, and nothing seems to be going on. I mean, when we talk of closing the centers, an existing center has been closed. Along Wasonyiro, there is Gafarsa, there is Resaboru, Stericho, all these things, all Badana and all these areas are being closed because of flood waters. Nothing has been said about this. Then we talk about bottom-up economy. We have people who are doing artificial mining in Com. Provincial administration closed that camp, at least where people, hustlers, are trying to get daily living. And why it is closed in the name of insecurity, that one, we don't know. What do we do? The president is saying, let's try to get hustle and get money, put food on the table. But when it comes to provincial administration coming in the name of insecurity, security is supposed to be on the government to maintain security of individuals and their property. You cannot close where people are earning money simply because of security, alleged insecurity, which is supposed to be the job of the government and the police. So, Madam Speaker, there seems to be a lot of contradictions in the whole thing. Next time, I think all these things, it must be the speech of the nation from the president must cover everywhere equitably. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The next chance will go to the member for Igembe Central, Honorable Daniel Carrido.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to add my voice on the presidential address to the nation. Madam Speaker, generally the address was well balanced, and considering the fact that as a leader, one has to give hope to his people, and the president did exactly that, and not only giving hope, he really stressed on issues and the importance of the nation and the things that he has done and that the government has covered for the last 1 year. And most of them are the things that you can see. For example, the employment of teachers and the revival for the economy. Madam Speaker, the President talked a lot on the revival of our economy. We know that, and he also alluded to the fact that our economy is not doing the best at the moment, considering the fact that the world over has some crisis, especially on matters fuel. And Madam Speaker, the only thing that I felt was not touched was on how to raise revenue, especially to generate revenue from foreign countries. And Madam Speaker, there's no way we can increase our income unless if we sell and we vigorously campaign to have our local products exported to earn the necessary dollars. And Madam Speaker, the President, I think, he had an oversight, especially on matters, foreign local products, especially he mentioned on coffee, tea, and he also mentioned the fish. But he forgot to mention that we have a product in Meru that can bring in billions of dollars every year to this country. The product known as Mira, which has been going to Europe, which has been going also to some countries in Asia, but we have some problems of late, and it could be raising a lot of money. If it goes to Europe as it used to go, that's the time when the Kenya highways used to make a lot of profit through the Mira flights. And Madam Speaker, if we have markets in a country like Djibouti, West Africa, and even South Africa, the dollar issue could have been eased through that product. Madam Speaker, on the issue of the teachers, we are grateful that really the teachers' employment has made the education sector bearable, and even the performance will be improving because the teacher ratio, teacher-student ratio will be improved. Madam Speaker, on the part of infrastructure, especially paying the contractors to continue clearing the already roads that have been on work, is really also going to improve our economy, and we alone that, and we support the President, and for that work well done. Madam Speaker, the President also talked very much about the ASULA Fund. We have seen it working very well, even in rural areas, whereby the local and simple farm traders, business people, have been borrowing and paying, and it has really improved their operation base, and they are adding a shilling to the economy, which is seriously needed. Madam Speaker, I think the whole statement was well balanced, and I congratulate the President, and I think he is doing well, and this government is doing well as far as his one is seen. In terms of production, we have seen the fertilizer, which has been subsidized. The farms and the farm produce, especially the maize and even other farm produce, have improved seriously as per the report that we have collected. And I believe as time goes by, very soon we will be able to fend for ourselves. And if our country is in a capacity to fend for itself, it will eventually grow economically, because whatever the reserves that could have been used to import food will be used to import other essential and very necessary merchandise that we need in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I support.
Thank you. Before the next speaker, allow me to recognize in the public gallery students from Nairobi Institute of Business Studies, NIBS Technical College in Starehe constituency, Nairobi County. On behalf of the House, we welcome you to observe the proceedings of the House. The next chance will go to the member of Alego Usonga, Honorable Samuel Atandi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to make my submission on the presidential State of the Nation address. Madam Speaker, I was not present in the House when the President was here. But like many other Kenyans, I was able to listen or heard the content of his speech. And I concluded that the President had nothing substantial to tell the nation. In his speech, Madam Speaker, the President averred that withdrawal of subsidies on petroleum and fuel products had led to the stability of the economy. Madam Speaker, this is dishonesty of the highest order. Because, Madam Speaker, as you know, millions of Kenyans sleep hungry in their houses without food because the economy has been battered by wrong policies and corruption. Madam Speaker, I want to say that the President had really nothing serious to tell the nation. And we want to urge the President, like my colleague on UDA said, that in the next speech, we would like to see a President who is serious, not the one who was here. The one who was here basically was engaged in gerrymandering and hypocrisy and all manner of stuff that I cannot describe.
Point of order. Point of order.
Honorable Karoli, what is out of order?
Madam Speaker, is it in order for Honorable Atandi to complain about the high fuel prices when he himself in this House, together with Honorable Junet, voted for the introduction of the first 8% VAT on the fuel? Thank you.
I think I will ignore him because that time he was not in this House. But Madam Speaker, to conclude, because I don't want to make a long speech, I want to conclude
and be factual.
I want to confess, Madam Speaker, that if the President was here and he spoke about the stability of the economy, then, Madam Speaker, the President was really dishonest. Because, as Madam Speaker, you know, just like I know, that this is the worst leadership that this country has ever seen. Worse than the presidency of Moi. Worse than the presidency of Jomo Kenyatta. And so if you are a president who is presiding over an economy such as what we have, then when you come to Parliament to give your State of the Nation address, then the least we expect from you as the President is to be honest with your fellow citizens. And like many other Kenyans, Madam Speaker, we believe that the President is a liar, that he will never see the truth, and he should say that he should lie to Kenyans on the street, not in the National Assembly. Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Owen?
Honorable Speaker, I thought the Honorable Atandi actually said he was here before the MP for Suba, and he knows that it is very unparliamentary to use the word that he has used, liar. It's a parliamentary word. It should not be used. Use other adjectives. If you have not gone to school properly, I could educate you. Use words like, he was far from the truth. Words like, he didn't convince us. He misled. But to use, if I could educate you on the words to use.
Honorable Owen, don't be tempted to debate. Don't be tempted to debate.
But not the word liar. It's unparliamentary.
But don't be tempted to debate.
Honorable Speaker, he should withdraw. He cannot use that word for the form of the President. He cannot. He should withdraw.
Don't be tempted to debate.
Please, Honorable Atandi, be gracious enough. Gracious is an English word to withdraw. The word liar.
Madam Speaker, I withdraw the word liar and replace with dishonest.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, as I conclude, Madam Speaker, Kenyans are watching this House. And Kenyans expect this House to be their savior. And so, Madam Speaker, it is important for this House to reject the President's speech, because the speech does not make sense.
Honorable Atandi, I was just confirming, did you say the President is a liar?
I did, and I withdrew.
Okay. You have withdrawn for the record?
Yes, I withdrew and replaced it with dishonest.
Continue.
Yes. Madam Speaker, as I wind up, I want to say that, Madam Speaker, if these members of this House do not change their strategy of legislation and approach to national issues, then most of members of this House will not come back, especially members of the government side, because you seem to support things that you should not support, including a dishonest speech made by a president who is bringing down the economy, a president who is defeated, who has failed to even do simple things.
Thank you, Honorable Atandi. Next one will go to the member for Nandi, Honorable Cynthia Muge.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to make comments regarding the presidential address, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I first want to appreciate the President for ensuring that he saw to it that his duty, constitutional duty, to address this House, Honorable Speaker, on matters of the state of the nation, that he fulfilled, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that as I make a comment on this particular issue, Honorable Speaker, which majorly, Honorable Speaker, is speaking to the economy of this country, I want to say that I lack what many people call a lived experience, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in 2002, when we were talking about the GDP of this country at 0.6%, Honorable Speaker, I was a class 1 kid. And Honorable Speaker, in 2013, when we are talking about the GDP of this country, again, Honorable Speaker, when it was doing better after the era of Kibaki, I was a very timid first-year student in the university, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, in 2017, when I had just opened my eyes and I was a member of the County Assembly, Honorable Speaker, the GDP of this nation, Honorable Speaker, was 4.9%. And Honorable Speaker, in 2022, when we were campaigning, the GDP of this country, Honorable Speaker, was 4.8%. And in 2023, Honorable Speaker, which is this year, the year that the President made his presidential address, the GDP was 5.5%, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when I hear people say, as a member say, Honorable Speaker, that there has been no progress made so far, I wonder if I'm the only person who sees these things, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, with my lack of lived experience, Honorable Speaker, I ably compensate it with reading, listening, and asking, Honorable Speaker. In the statistics of this country, Honorable Speaker, show that we are doing better than we were doing in 2022, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, when some Kenyans went to the streets early this year, Honorable Speaker, they went to the streets with sufurias, Honorable Speaker, meaning that the complaint that most of them had was about the price and the cost of food. Honorable Speaker, when the President made his address, Honorable Speaker, he spoke about the cost of food, and I can confirm, Honorable Speaker, in my village where I come from, Honorable Speaker, Kapseriton village in Mosop constituency, Honorable Speaker, we are asking farmers who harvested serious amounts of maize to stop selling their maize at 2,500 shillings a bag, Honorable Speaker. We are asking them to actually sell it to the government where it is offering a better price of 4,000 a bag. Honorable Speaker, that tells you the problem of the cost of living, the cost of unga that some Kenyans took the street with the sufurias, Honorable Speaker, has been sorted ably by the President, who made deliberate decisions, Honorable Speaker, to lower the cost of production of this particular maize, Honorable Speaker. And to say that there has been no change, Honorable Speaker, is not honest, Honorable Speaker. We have had change. We are not yet where we are going, but we still have 4 years, Honorable Speaker, to get there. Honorable Speaker, to speak to the second issue, you know, Honorable Speaker, naturally, human beings see the negative things, they don't see the positive things. When we sit here, Honorable Speaker, and say that we have not seen anything, I pride myself in this President, Honorable Speaker, considering that it is this House that has passed the bills that are going to enable UHC, Honorable Speaker, that every Kenyan will have access to medical care, every Kenyan will not have the burden of selling their land, selling their property for them to be able to afford medical care, Honorable Speaker. It is this government, Honorable Speaker, since I came to life in terms of understanding what happens, that I have had anyone and someone saying that they are going to pay for the Eurobond debt, Honorable Speaker. It is the first time that I'm hearing it, Honorable Speaker. It is this same government, Honorable Speaker, according to the President's speech, that has hired a whopping 56,750 teachers, Honorable Speaker. Every member of this House who represents a constituency, who represents the special interest, who represents a county, Honorable Speaker, can speak and be able to be a witness to that, Honorable Speaker. This same House, Honorable Speaker, has live experiences of, Honorable Speaker. I cannot speak to the examples that the President gave, but I can speak for myself, Honorable Speaker. I started borrowing Hustler Fund when it was 500 shillings. Honorable Speaker, it's not like I needed it, but I wanted to see if it is actually working. I borrowed and repaid. I borrowed a second time and repaid. And the third time, Honorable Speaker, I have a maximum of 6,000, Honorable Speaker. So it is progressive and it is working. The President is a capable President, and he has demonstrated that, Honorable Speaker, and I think it's about time that we stop asking what this country can do for us as members and ask what value, what can we do for this country, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Sotik, Honorable Francis Sigay.
Madam Speaker, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to also address the issues raised by the President when he addressed this House the other week. Madam Speaker, I think first of all, I would like ourselves to be thoroughly honest. Thoroughly honest, because the President here was very honest. He told us that things are not good, that the economy is difficult. And we are talking here as if the President said everything is okay. Madam Speaker, the President's speech was very comprehensive, very bold, and he addressed the issues without hiding anything. So I think, Madam Speaker, I want to address the issue which affect my constituency, Sotik. Madam Speaker, I want to say in the history of this country, the government was able to roll out the giving out of fertilizers very well. And each and every household in my constituency got the fertilizer. And Madam Speaker, the farmers in my constituency were able to produce maize. And now we are now asking the government to look at the issue of price. Madam Speaker, the price is coming down, and we would like the government to address this. That means the President addressed the issue of the cost of living. In my place, what we call korogoro, the small container, has come down from 250 to 80 shillings. Madam Speaker, to me, that's a very big achievement. Madam Speaker, we should laud the President for this. Madam Speaker, I also want to say that I was very happy myself to hear the President addressing and supporting NCGCDF. He told us here that as the President of this country, he was supporting NGCDF. And Madam Speaker, everybody should laud this move. Madam Speaker, one of the areas which I also was very impressed is about the digital transformation. Madam Speaker, in Sotik now, in the center there in the market, the women are using Wi-Fi. I mean, what else can you tell our people there? Our people are very happy with the President. There are issues. We cannot say that everything is okay. But the President has addressed issues which matter. Madam Speaker, this President has also addressed the issue of politics being personalized. And the President has given us freedom in this country to do what we want. Another milestone, Madam Speaker, is the whole issue of Tibet, the education system. Madam Speaker, if we must allow the President, it is this area. That in our areas now where we have Tibet, our children, our young people are now enrolling in these institutions. And we are very happy, Madam Speaker, that we are soon going to have skilled labor in this country, and then we will get unemployment reduced in this country. Madam Speaker, I also want to laud the President, particularly for when he came to power, and he addressed this issue. He employed the charges, the 6 charges. And Madam President, Madam Speaker, this was a milestone. I want to thank the President. I want to ask him to continue being bold, tell the people the truth, be honest, so that we can be able to have a country which can be able to be proud. Madam Speaker, I support this speech.
Thank you. Member for Butula, Honorable Joseph, if not there. Member for Yatta, Honorable Robert Basil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I stand to contribute on the President's speech. As I said, it was too long and boring. The reason why I say that many members were struggling to remain awake. The president did not indicate what he wants to do to reduce cost of living. If you look at fuel global prices, fuel has reduced by 5.68%. The president, Madam Speaker, never mentioned about fuel. When he was being elected, he was elected on a premise to lower the cost of living and more so fuel. The president was mute on this, Madam Speaker. Number two, the president never said anything about how to ensure electricity connectivity in all the villages. Madam Speaker, so many villages are really crying to have connectivity of electricity, considering their taxpayers. The president never said anything on this. Number three, the president talked about job creation, Madam Speaker. He did not specify on ethnic distribution when it comes to job creation. Recently, we saw recruit in KRA, 57% going to 2 tribes. Madam Speaker, we expect the president to explain to Kenyans on job creation who are the people benefited ethnically on job creation. Number four, the president never indicated meaningfully what he wants to do.
Wait, Honorable Member. What is out of order? Honorable Member for Thika.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Is it in order for the member to stand here and say that the jobs goes to 2 tribes? Which jobs goes to 2 tribes? Which 2 tribes?
Allow me to respond to the...
And you give us evidence.
Allow me to respond to Honorable Member for Thika. She doesn't seem to be informed, and I want to inform her today. If she reads dailies, the national newspapers, the new recruits for KRA, it was clear mentioned that 57 of the new recruits went to 2 tribes. I don't want to appear as an ethnic biased person. Therefore, I may not need to specify who are these 2 tribes, but it was public domain. So I refer the honorable member to read and appraise herself.
Honorable Kawanjiko, what is out of order?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And as we appreciate whatever MP Foyata is trying to say, we also need to make it clear that this is a house of record, Madam Speaker. And the moment that you say that the job opportunities went to 2 tribes, the member Foyata should be able to substantiate and say that this and this tribe, depending on whichever records that he has, that the position went to the only 2 tribes. So it's not in order for him to make lies in front of this house, Madam Speaker.
Order, Honorable Kawanjiko.
You know, they are intercepting my speech.
Order, Honorable Basil. Order. Honorable members, and this is just for the guidance of every member, including you, Honorable Member Foyata. Responsibility of statement of fact, standing order 91. A member shall be responsible for the accuracy of any facts which the member alleges to be true and may be required to substantiate. Kindly let us adhere to our own standing orders. Let also be guided that newspapers are not sources of information which are admissible in this house. So let us be careful as we debate. Honorable Basil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I also want to make reference on this house. The issue of job distribution was debated when the CS for Treasury was here, Professor Juguna. He actually did acknowledge about that, and it's only that I did not get the actual record, but it was discussed on this house. The answer is clear and the information can be retrieved. I even have a pending question which is supposed to be brought on the floor on the same
Honorable
issue.
Member, do not refer to pending questions that have not been discussed in this floor.
But that issue was already discussed here on the floor.
They are not a record yet of the House.
That issue was already discussed. Anyway, let me proceed with my speech. If you intend to get this, we can always share. Now, on my 4th point, the President did not mention on what the government intends to do to revise the balance of trade. Currently, we are importing more than we are.
Your time is up. I will not give you 1 more minute. Honorable Basil, you are notorious also interfering with other members, and I did not add them even on their 5 minutes. Next chance will go to the member for South Imenti, Honorable Shadrack Mwiti.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the presidential address on the state of the nation. Madam Speaker, the contribution, the speech of the president was accurate and has a lot of impact on the future of this country. Madam Speaker, I would like to comment on the universal health care. Madam Speaker, health care in this country is very, very critical, and His Excellency the President announced the universal health care just the other day, and Kenyans are convinced that primary health care back in the villages will be of very, very importance. Madam Speaker, the government is focused on service delivery, health financing, and the governance, which are the pillars of health care in this country, to ensure that Kenyan citizens are able to access universal health care. Madam Speaker, Facilities Improvement Act is very, very important, as most of the health facilities will be retaining their funds that are collected in those particular health facilities, so that they can be revamped back again to the health facilities to supplement their contribution from the county. Madam Speaker, the Digital Health Care Act to establish comprehensive integrated digital health information system is very important, since it will enable the accessibility and the communication of various activities in health institutions. Madam Speaker, Social Health Insurance Fund to replace NHIF is very, very important to introduce emergency attention, chronic and critical illness funds, which will be utilized in health care. Madam Speaker, I would like to also contribute on the issue of agriculture. We know very well, Madam Speaker, Kenya is an agricultural country. Kenya earns its income from the export, and also it's very important in earning the economy of this country. Madam Speaker, South Imenti, where I come from, relies on agriculture, and the subsidy of fertilizer will enable more production of the crops. The yield will be higher, delivering better resources. And hence, Madam Speaker, the distribution of fertilizers in the national cereal bonds makes the accessibility of the Kenyans to access fertilizer more easily. Madam Speaker, the removal of tax on livestock of fins gives the farmers a reduced expenses, and also, Madam Speaker, domestic farmers are more competitive in the market. Madam Speaker, this will increase the profits since more farmers will manage to do the farming. Madam Speaker, with the water for all, various irrigation and water plants will make the arid areas to be more productive. So, Madam Speaker, I hereby support the President's agenda to make this.
Your time is up. Honorable David Gekaria, member for Nakuru Town East.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute. It's unfortunate the Member of Parliament for Yatta is not around. Honorable Speaker, when he started speaking, he said that the President's speech was long and boring, and some of the members were sleeping. And I think from his contribution, I think he's one of those members who are sleeping and did not listen to the speech when it was done. Honorable Speaker, it was alluded to the fact that the President never spoke about the cost of living. Honorable Speaker, if you look at the speech of the President, and he has said this for those who care to listen, and he made this in his speech when he was here last week on Thursday, is that the cost of living, it is something that has to come down gradually through a process of some intervention. And one of those interventions, Honorable Speaker, is about the fertilizer insurance that has successfully been done in this country, and the success of the harvest, the double or triple harvest that has been witnessed in this year. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, and he also mentioned that out of that harvest, bumper harvest, the cost of maize flour in some shops has dropped significantly to up to 150 Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. So it is important as we look at the speech of the President objectively, Honorable Speaker. Regarding the creation of jobs, Honorable Speaker, the more than 50,000 housing units which have already been constructed and occupied, Honorable Speaker, a record of over 100,000 the youths of different expertise, be it plumbers, be it masons, painters, and the like, have been able to be engaged in this very important sector of affordable housing. Over and above that, Honorable Speaker, a commitment that the President has said that ownership of a shelter, as indicated in our Constitution, is something that he has to address. Honorable Speaker, the President also did allude to the fact about corruption, wastages, inefficiencies, and negligence. Honorable Speaker, it cannot go without saying, and he has come out with an elaborate program, like just without anticipating debate. Honorable Speaker, tomorrow we'll be discussing the supplementary budget, which has reduced wastages and inefficiencies in respective ministries significantly by almost 200 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, my committee is responsible on the matters to do with climate change. And Honorable Speaker, Kenya had an advantage of being the host of the first African Climate Change Conference. Honorable, it brought about over 40,000 delegates from different countries to talk about the weather changes. Honorable Speaker, the President has said now we will not be complaining, but we need to start as Africa, as Kenya, as a continent. We have to start giving direction on what affects our climate and other climatic issues that we need to address. Honorable Speaker, the President has gone further to, of course, talk about the other conferences which are coming up on matters to do with issue of oriented politics. Honorable Speaker, the President has given it a thought, and he has also allowed the bipartisan dialogue that is going on now to be able to allow Kenyans to speak. Even if we were elected democratically, Honorable Speaker, the President has given a hand for the minority to be able to bring their issues on the table in the national dialogue issue that is going. Of course, Honorable Speaker, among others is the bilateral and multilateral issue. There was an agreement, minimata.
Your time is up. Member for Narok North, Honorable Agnes Pareyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to the President's speech. From onset, I want to say that the President's speech was good. And why I say so is because he touched on issues that are affecting our people. Number one issue is that he touched on the youth. Because having digital hubs in our constituencies will help the youth to get their jobs and can earn a living from working at the hubs. And then he touched again on the subsidized fertilizers, which will give a long-term solution to hunger in our country. When we have fertilizers, farmers can grow their own food and nobody will be hungry because they will have food to eat. And will also give a solution because it will put food on the table and it will as well put money in their pockets. The President also was able to touch on education. He touched on education by making sure that we hired a good number of teachers in our primary schools because we didn't have teachers, and also he was able to touch on education in general. And these are issues that have been affecting us.
Order members, keep the consultations on a manageable level. You are disrupting the member for Narok North. Continue on about.
Thank you for protecting me. He was able to talk on education by hiring the teachers and again making sure that our children went to school, universities, and they could get loans so that they could continue with their education. On housing, for those who don't have houses, he has also touched on the housing programs that are going to come up in every constituencies that will give our people dignity so that they can be living in good houses. And when in terms of health, he also touched on health because he was able to talk about NHIF, where our people will be assured of having insurances so that they can also be attending to their medication. And for that reason, I support the speech, and I want to say that it was good. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Webuye, Honorable Daniel Wanyama. Maybe that will break the Kamukunji. They are led by Honorable Kalasinga.
Honorable Speaker, thank you. Let me contribute to the presidential speech, and on the onset give an indication that the trajectory that speech took is going to bring Kenya back to the right footing in terms of economy recovery. The two issues that he touched on that touched my heart is one, food security, and two, the universal health. The moment any country, any nation fixes those two issues, the citizens of that country have very good life, and therefore that addresses the issue of the cost of living. So in his speech, and what we have seen is that other than putting subsidy on the consumables, it is better to put that subsidy on the production, because already from where I come, we have had very good yields in terms of the fertilizer that was reduced, and many farmers have had very good harvests this year going forward. So that has addressed the issue of hunger as we progress with this country. But most importantly, Honorable Speaker, because I come from the sugar belt, this government of Kenya Kwanza has done what other governments have not done. The write-off debt for the sugar factories, and Nzoia in particular, where I come from, is going to relieve the sugarcane farmers from the bondage of debts that they have been being owned by those factories, and most of them are going to be paid their monies that the factories own them. And you find that when the previous governments actually offloaded the debts of coffee, the trajectory of the coffee sector has now started picking, and I'm sure the sugar factories are going to take it up and will move forward, and that will increase the economy and change the situation of the farmers in the sugar belt to earn a better living going forward, because they will be able to even pay the fees for their children. And on the side of universal health, what the president has put across, and given the plan that we have, I think once that is addressed, I'm sure this country, the people of Kenya are going to have it easy, that the lack of drugs in the referral hospitals will be a thing of the past. As I conclude, a member for Honorable Tim indicated that the president did not have a speech. But given that I come from the same region with the team, I want to inform him that technology has come, because I think the Honorable expected to see a file of papers with the president, but we have gone digital, so the speech was being read, and I'll try to give some tuition to the Honorable member to understand that you don't have to carry files to read the speech. Finally, Honorable Speaker, the cost of living is coming down. And this has been shown by the prices of unga going down. And unless we just want to do politics, because just last year, the 2 kg was at 250 plus. But to date, as we speak, and when the president was giving his speech, it has gone below 175. So that is the right way to go, and we just want to support this government and the president to make sure that the economy of this country comes back on this footing. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Member for Kipipiri, Honorable Wanjiku Muhia.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On the onset, I supported this speech. And as a member who comes from Nyandarua County, first appreciate the issue of fertilizer, because Nyandarua County is one of the feeding baskets of food here in our country. Honorable Speaker, many members have spoken of different issues, and I want to say that it is not right to say that the Kenya Kwanza government has not done anything. Of course, times are hard, we agree, not only in Kenya but worldwide, but there are tangible things that has happened. For instance, construction of 400 markets, where Kipipiri is one of the beneficiaries of Geta Market and Wajoi Market. This is a big deal, because women and even those who are in market can do their business even when the weather is harsh, with the hot spot, and in an environment that has never been experienced there before. Honorable Speaker, on matters of education, when I first got elected, I did an educational audit in Kipipiri, because I was worried why my constituency was performing so pathetically. Students were scoring E's, and the rate at which we were getting the performance going down was amazing. Honorable Speaker, I found we had a shortage of more than 200 teachers, by employment of more than 56,000 teachers by Kenya Kwanza government. Kipipiri and many other constituencies have already closed that gap, and I can confirm that personally we have sealed the gap with over 50%. This is also a big deal, because when you trickle down A student who could have gotten very bad marks and probably her life doesn't match the expectation, the student is already rescued. Honorable Speaker, as I sit as a chair of regional integration on matters of international obligation, Kenya continue to pride itself on the international arena, and I can confirm even at East African region, where we do remittance every year, Kenya is counted as always number one in upholding its obligation. Honorable Speaker, I will not want to say much, but in terms of deaths that are in this country, which we all know where they originated from, I think it is time now the East African community sit seriously with the serious time frame, and though they have already given time frame of 2030, maybe consider to bring forward the time frame and we start thinking of our own East African shilling. This will be a big deal again because we shall get debts, if any, with our own shilling. Otherwise, the debt that has continued to escalate, and those who are opposers of goodwill sometimes have tried to show like the government has continued to take more loans, and it is simply because the dollar has been rising. So could we have our own shilling? Then we take loans or debts with our own shilling, we will be very, very much safe. As I conclude and as I support this report, this speech, Honorable Speaker, I cannot fail to tell my president and the Kenya Kwanza government that this speech misses a very crucial item. It misses inclusion of persons with disability. Honorable Speaker, this speech is an indication of what happened for the last 1 year in matters of education. Thousands of teachers were employed. On matters of health, universal health care was covered, and so on and so on. So, as we discuss this speech, what has happened to the persons with disability community? I think it is time this country become very intentional on matters of persons with disability. If it is education, we need an inclusive education system. Because, Honorable Speaker, mothers and even guardians of children with disability and relatives are suffering. Even employment, it is not there. And even when the employment is there, the caregivers choose between the job and between the giving care of their own persons. So in future, believing that every minister do give their performance, I urge the ministry in charge of persons with disability to also give what is expected, what has happened. We need devices for these people. We need system of education to be looked upon and many other avenues. Honorable Speaker, with that,
the next chance to the member of for Kituto Rural, Honorable David Mboni.
Madam, is Kituto Rural, not Kituto. Madam Speaker, let me also say a few things about this speech. I will not say that it was a very bad speech, but mostly is a proposal going forward. Madam Speaker, what I'll say is that what I want to comment is the cost of food. With the fertilizer program, we have seen fertilizer going down from 6,500 to 2,500, and these ones has actually made production of food and the prices of food going down, and that's a very commendable thing. But don't forget that the cost of living has gone up. Last month, the rate of inflation was 6.8%. Which is very high to the Kenyans. And this is contributed by the fuel prices, which are still very high in this country. But we start asking ourselves, if oil, petroleum prices are going down in Uganda, in Tanzania, where are we buying our fuel? Are we not buying from the same market? And what happened to the G2G agreement, which we expected the prices of fuel in the country to go down?
and also reduce pressure on Kenya on dollar, because you know, our Kenya shillings has been depreciating over time. Madam Speaker, I think apart from giving the fertilizer to the maize growing areas, currently in Eastern Province where I come from, we are having a lot of rains. So this speech I expected them to the President also to address distribution of fertilizer also to Kitui region, so that we can also grow maize and be self-sufficient in food. And also expected to hear more irrigation schemes being done in Eastern Province, so that we can be able to grow food. Madam Speaker, I was listening to the housing scheme, but I was asking myself, what about the cost of cement? What about the cost of steel? The prices of these things have been going up. I'll tell you, in March, the cost of one bag of cement was 680. Now it's going to, in Nairobi it's going for 750. Up there is going to for 800. So what happened? You know, these are the things which we need to address so that we can make some of these things a bit cheaper. Madam Speaker, I listened about the public debt, and it's very good that we are addressing the issue of repaying payback of Eurobond. Madam Speaker, 2 weeks ago, the CS Treasury admitted that we are in debt distress or financial crisis. The idea of borrowing is not a bad idea. Everybody borrows, and I think even these members of parliament, everybody has a loan. But what about us with the money is what you do with that money. What do you do with the loan? What is the impact of the loan? And I'll tell you, US, their debt to GDP is 133%. Japan is 250. Sudan here is 186. Kenya is 67. And we are crying. We are in a debt stress. So what happened? You know, these are the issues which we need to address. And one of the issues which we need to address is the corruption and the wastage in government. If we address wastage and corruption in the government and strictly implement fiscal consolidation, reduce unnecessary trips, I think we are going to end up somewhere. I was reading somewhere, I don't know how true it is, that Kibaki in 10 years, he made only that 3 trips. Our current president has made 40 trips in a year. So I was wondering, in 5 years, and one trip, I'll tell you, costs around 300 million. In 5 years, how much are we going to spend in terms of trips and other trips which are being made by government officers? In terms of savings, I think we have the lowest savings rate in the country, in the globally.
The next chance to member for Githunguri, Honorable Gathonu wa Mushomba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to give my contribution on the current debate as we analyze the presidential speech on the state of the nation. I particularly was following the speech because I was keen to understand the extent as to which we have made progressive steps and have achieved milestones towards economic development in the aim of improving the livelihoods of our people. Madam Speaker, I was quite impressed when the President spoke about the many avenues he has sought to bring cost of living down, mentioning his efforts in the agriculture sector, and more particularly his efforts to bring fertilizers to our farmers. As a member of parliament representing a constituency that is greatly involved in agriculture, I was keen to get to know to what extent will be the subsidized fertilizer reach our people. Where I come from, Madam Speaker, fertilizer is a very important input for our coffee, tea, and subsistence farmers. However, I was very happy when he said that he acknowledges that the subsidized fertilizer does not get to all farmers that require it because of the factor of distance. and he committed as a president that is going to work very closely with county governments so that subsidized fertilizers can get to the nearest point of collection for our farmers. I was very impressed, Madam Speaker, because in Githunguri, farmers have had to travel over 75 kilometers to go and access subsidized fertilizer in Thika. And that has been very, very unfair to our farmers. How I hope that the president, handlers, and the ministers that serve under him are going to take what he promised to this house and put it to reality, so that we don't come back here complaining that that was not a promise kept. However, Madam Speaker, I was very, very interested. Please protect me from the consultation near me, Madam Speaker. They are very loud. Thank you.
Honorable Kawanjiko. Take your seat.
Madam Speaker, I was very, very keen to note that the President did not mention and commit himself on issues of cost of fuel. Obviously, because I know it has been a very, very thorny issue. The cost of living has gone very high, and basing the baseline on the cost of fuel in this country, it is something that I thought he would actually commit that in the next coming 1 year, he will have made effort to bring the cost of living down by reducing the cost of fuel in this country. That notwithstanding, Madam Speaker, as a farmer and as a representative of the farmers in Githunguri, I was very keen to hear, I wanted to hear the President commit himself on his effort on matters milk. He has spoken about maize, he has spoken about coffee, but he did not mention anything to do with milk. Noting and considering that he has been visiting our areas of representation, and more particularly in Githunguri, where he has promised not once, not twice, that he's going to make effort to provide coolers for our farmers. He has promised those coolers not once, not twice, but those coolers have not been presented. He did not commit himself when those coolers are going to be delivered, yet he has committed many times and promised many times. How I hope that his handlers and the people who are working with the President, we will make him honorable by making sure that whatever he promises is delivered in our backyard. As I sit down, Madam Speaker, I am keen to note that the President's speech did not talk about or mention anything to do with the elderly persons of this country. The elderly persons of this country have somehow been forgotten. We have assumed them for long. We have bundled their money in waiting for over 9 months, and sometimes even the way we distribute their monies, the social protection Inua Jamii Transfer Fund, is so inhuman, and we need to dignify the elderly persons of Kenya. I am hoping that in the next presidential update, we are going to hear more of the inclusion and consideration of the elderly persons of this country, and also to make sure we commit not to delay their monies, the monthly monies that we delayed. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
What is out of order, Honorable Alice? What is it? Point of information or point of order?
Information.
Sorry.
Let me just say something. Just
the member for Githunguri has already taken her seat.
Member, yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Just to let the member for Githunguri to know that we have streamlined the Inua Jamii program, and the elderlies are getting their money the beginning of every month and with no delays. And also, even the one we registered just the other day, they will start receiving their money from January. That one I can confirm.
Honorable
as the chair.
Order.
As the chair.
Order, Honorable Alice. I've indulged you because you're the chair of the committee, but information had to be accepted by Honorable Member for Githunguri. But I would ask that when you're doing your contribution, you actually streamline some of those issues. So I will not give you back, Honorable Amushomba. We'll continue. But we will interrupt the debate, as had been alluded by the speaker earlier, to go back to order number 5 and order number 6 by the Budget and Appropriation Committee Chair. Okay. Oh, not yet. You're not ready. Okay. Then we'll go back when that is ready. The next chance will go to the member for Roysambu, Honorable Augustine Mwafrika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this glorious opportunity also to discuss the speech of the President. Madam Speaker, allow me to thank His Excellency the President for the honor and respect he accorded to this House at the outset of his first statement. The President referred to this House as a distinguished assembly of democratically elected representative of the people of Kenya. I thank His Excellency for that reference of this House and respect. Madam Speaker, the President did talk about transforming this country for the present and the future generations, despite the three primary challenges which he outlined. One as external shocks, fiscal distress, and the external imbalances. Madam Speaker, the President did emphasize his commitment to improve the economy of this country. He also did express his commitment to stop and reverse the negative trends of unemployment, and this has been demonstrated by the rolling out of the housing project across the whole country. Mr. Speaker, the President did also talk about tackling the poverty in this country, which is denying Kenyans their dignity. Madam Speaker, the President did assure Kenyans of his commitment to bring the national values and the principles of governance to his leadership. This, Madam Speaker, is expected to improve the well-being of Kenyans, and also is expected to promote unity, security, and also, Madam Speaker, to bring development across the whole country. Madam Speaker, the President also did recognize leaders who have undertaken the process of the bipartisan dialogue, national dialogue, and he did say that these leaders are expected to come up with a common ground which is expected to deepen our democracy and also to enhance our unity in our country, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the President did also talk about the fertilizer, subsidized fertilizer, which the price was reduced from 7,200 to 2,500. Mr. Speaker, we thank God because of the rain, and we expect that to have a bumper harvest at the end of this season. Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, we know that there are those people who had made their own use of the cooking sufuria, misusing it as their headscarf. I believe going forward, Mr. Speaker, with the supply of subsidized fertilizer, we expect to have bumper harvest across the whole country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I support the speech of the President.
The Honorable Owen Bayer. Owen Bayer. You already spoke. Why is your name still there? Anyway, the Honorable Abraham Kirwa.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to contribute to this motion on the issue of the President's speech. I stand here to support the speech by the President of the Republic of Kenya, Mr. Speaker. I was very, very keen to follow exactly his speech, and one of the areas I was keen is the issue of agriculture and how it was going to affect the people of Mosop. I was very pleased to know that the subsidy that the president just introduced of this reducing the fertilizer from 7,000 to 2,500 really made a big difference in so many parts of this country, especially in my constituency where we do grow tea, we do grow maize, sugarcane, and many other crops. So farmers were very, very pleased, and it made a big difference. I want to also thank the president because on his speech, he was able to touch issues of corruption. The president was very categorical that he was committed to make sure that the issues of corruption will be dealt with. His government and his administration is very serious on actually making sure that the issues of corruption is brought to an end. The other part of his speech that also he touched was the issue of healthcare. The president also was able to mention about 100,000 community health workers who had been dispersed to different parts of this country to make sure that they visit homes. As of last month, the president mentioned that they had visited 1.2 million households and they had managed to meet several people. And out of this number of people who had gone to visit, they always go with electronic gadgets to be able to measure things like blood pressure and the basic necessities of healthcare and also medicines. So I thought really the president, looking back in the last 1 year, as he mentioned in his speech, we as a country, we've made a huge stride. Looking at where we were when he took office and where we are, he said it was time for us as Kenyans to live within our means. He said for a very long time we were living above our means, but it was time for us to just accept the pill, it's as bitter as it is, and just live within our means. One of the things that is very careful, and he was very careful on his speech, is about the issue of the Eurobond, that many of us were worried that maybe by this time next year we will be in a bad situation. But the president assured us that by this December we are going to make $300 million payment towards the to bring down the $2 billion of the Eurobond that we owe, so that by the time we get to June of next year, we will have paid up. And as a country, we will not be able to be put in a situation where we have to compromise on many things. One of the things also the president mentioned is about the cooperations that he has had with several banks, with several institutions, IMF, World Bank, that we've worked very closely together because of the measures that we have put as a country financially to make sure that this country is on the right trajectory so that we don't get into a situation where we declare bankrupt. So looking at the speech of the president, I was very pleased that as much as we are really going through tough time as a nation, the cost of living is still a little bit high, but the systems and the things that the president has put in place and his administration is going to make sure that this country is stable and we will be healing and our economy will continue to grow. So I support this speech by the president that we are on the right speed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable John McCarthy is in the House, followed by the Honorable Beatrice Elachi.
House, give me the mic. Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also contribute on the President's speech on the state of the nation. At the outset, Honorable Speaker, I must say, this speech was given pursuant to the provisions of Article 132 of our Constitution that requires the President to give an account of implementation of the national values set out in Article 10. Article 10 sets out the rule of law as one of the critical concepts, a national value, which each and every state person has to comply with. So at the first stage, we appreciate the President for complying with the rule of law, constitutionalism, because he's obliged by law to give that speech. Looking at the President's speech, there are a few issues that stand out. One, the implementation of the universal health care. That one should be a plus for the President. The reforms that have been made in the education sector in terms of employing teachers is a plus to the President and the government. The debt servicing is a plus, but there are several other issues which need to be taken into account as we look at the President's speech. One, in regard to the education sector, we realize that much as we have employed teachers, we still have very big issues with infrastructure in our schools. We still have very, very big issues with remission of capitation that is supposed to support our schools. As a representative of farmers, specifically in Nzoia Sugar, I was very pleased with the president in indicating in his speech that we are going to carry out sugar industry policy reforms to ensure that all the people who have been eating the sweat of farmers are removed. But Honorable Speaker, we need to be very, very cautious in carrying out the reforms in the sugar sector so that we really do not allow sugar barons and cartels that have controlled the sugar sector for all this particular time to come back and again run the sugar sector. I congratulate the president for waiving all the debts, but I urge for the poor farmers of Nzoia that the president puts in place and this house in the supplementary budget considers paying all the farmers, all the suppliers, and all the employees so that they can have a Christmas gift before the end of this year. In terms of debt servicing, we realize we are getting out of debt, but we are paying these debts at the heavy costs. Kenyans are being taxed very heavily. We are making savings. But Mr. Speaker, we need to put in place measures to ensure that the savings of Kenyan people through NSSF are safeguarded. Because in the past, we have had the sums of money that are remitted to NSSF siphoned. And this is not a very good thing for us as we move on in terms of implementing the bottom-up economic agenda. Equally, what I found missing from the president's speech, Honorable Speaker, is how are we going to ensure that each and every part of this particular country is covered by electricity. I know there was a rural electrification program that was being carried out, but Honorable Speaker, as I look at my own constituency, we are yet to cover 90% of the country in terms of rural electrification. We think that moving forward, we are going to put in determinate steps to ensure that rural electrification is done in all parts of the constituency, especially my own constituency. But the elephant in the room, Honorable Speaker, still remains the high cost of living. Either side of this particular house acknowledges that Kenyans are really suffering out of the high cost of living. The president equally acknowledges this much in his speech, and he says we need to take determinate and affirmative steps to bring down the cost of living. I know we have had reduction in the prices of fertilizer, but we need, Honorable Speaker, to ensure that the fuel prices go down. If we do not bring down the fuel prices in this particular country, we will still be singing the song of reducing the high cost of living to no avail. So we should be able to take determinate steps to ensure that we bring down the cost of living, because Kenyans are hurting. And as a government which survives for the welfare of society and the just government of the people, we must ensure we listen to our people and bring down the high cost of living. Honorable Speaker, I submit. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Honorable Elachi Beatrice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to give my gratitude to the President's speech, to say as a country that sometimes you find yourself in a situation where you need to be all as a team, to be all as one as a country. I know when we are hurting, when every Kenyan is crying of the high cost of living. But one thing I want to appreciate about the speech was when the President appreciated, and Mr. Speaker, when I was a senator, I did a motion on NYS. That motion is what evolved NYS. And one of the fourth pillars was that any young person who goes through NYS must thereafter join either any of the disciplinary forces, because this is a young man who has come out without looking at salary, without looking that he or she will get something, but is ready to be patriotic to the country and to work for the country. So I just want to salute that and say at least after 10 years, we are able now to see the fruits of this motion. Mr. Speaker, the other thing is to appreciate that if indeed we are going to start paying our debts, then we start singing a song of what we want to see in this country, that we must, yes, receive money, but use the money accountably, transparently, let people see that transformation, but in the end, we must pay our debts. And so I want to thank him for that. Mr. Speaker, what is very worrying now is that when I look at what we are doing within the country, and especially the team that is working with the president, that indeed if you want to transform this country, then you must indeed bring us solutions, give the president solutions. It is the technocrats who must tell us, now that we are hurting, what is this that is best? And therefore, when you are advising the president, it has to be an advice that will bring solutions to a country, not an advice that will end up now bringing again another question. Is it the president who has to work alone for Kenya to move? I doubt. And therefore, for me, I still question the team that is advising the president. And I am like, this team must remember, we came from COVID. It was a post-COVID. There is inflation. You must have solutions on how we start ensuring that cost of living should come down. Yes, we will say we have huge harvest that is coming. Yes, but the climate is telling us there is huge harvest at one side. At the other side, there is water that is taking all over, and Mandera and the other are now in another world. So what happens in between? We have to rethink, and we have to know in this country, when one side has abundance of harvest, the other side might be in drought. How do we harness all this to make sure when this side has no food, we are able to see food on that side? The same. If we are saying we are moving on well, then we must see the cows of Kajiado staying at home and be able to find themselves feeding within Kajiado. But if we find them now looking for grazing now, it means there's still a challenge. And so we have to stand, all of us, on this economic pillar and agree. And I want to salute our chair of budget, but to also request him, Chair, there is need to put in the budget how we are going to rebrand our airport, how we are going to ensure the door, the hub of Kenya, that airport becomes an airport when everyone enters can respect Kenya, can believe in Kenya, and can know this is a country where people have democracy, but also are able to do a good thing that will sustain generations to come. So for us to see what is happening with the KRA people and we are looking for resources, it is wrong. So Mr. Speaker, even as we look at the speech of the president, we are saying we want to support, yes, but with solutions, and very soon, and hopefully very soon, the president will be able to change his economic advisors. We must see good ones and new ones. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Ibrahim Sane, followed by the Honorable Paul Biego of Chesumei and Alice Nganga of Thika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you look at the language and the tone of the presidential address, you realize that it paints a government that is painstakingly divorcing itself from a dark past, a past of poor economic management, to one that may offer respite to that poor economy so that it can fulfill its promises, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I am keenly attached to the President's address on corruption. If we deal with corruption and slaying that devil, all other things will fall into place. What I expect to see from the Kenya Kwanza government is a firm decision, action on dealing with corruption decisively, Mr. Speaker. If I may cherry pick some few things on the address. Mr. Speaker, food security and by extension the cost of living has been a concern to Kenyans. We know the past bad economy, the post-COVID impact, and the drought that has lasted for over 4 years, or nearly 4 years, have entirely impacted on the economic status and thereby affecting our food security. However, the government had taken bold initiatives by providing subsidies on fertilizer and at least making sure that some of the machines required, tractors, are zero-rated in terms of tax. But we need to move further. We know that planting seeds are very expensive in this country, Mr. Speaker. Tractor doesn't do anything by itself. It requires farm implements. Planters, harrows, and plows are all vertable, Mr. Speaker, as we speak. Kenya can only be food secure if we highly subsidize the food sector, the agricultural sector, Mr. Speaker. So we need to do much more, in as much as I appreciate the Kenya Kwanza's initiative towards attaining food security. More needs to be done in the same sector, Mr. Speaker. On CBC, well, this is an issue that was inherited from the past regime. We know it is expensive. It would have been implemented in piecemeal and in a phased way. However, the objective of CBC is welcome for this nation. But one thing, Mr. Speaker, in as much as we equally appreciate the number of teachers, over 50,000 teachers were recruited by TSC. I know there has been some arguments about the status of recruitment or employment. Some saying it is by contract, others saying that few are on permanent and pensionable basis. That is not here, neither there, Mr. Speaker. Unemployment, by whichever means, is unemployment, and I do congratulate the government for employing over 50,000 teachers. After all we needed is employment and teachers for our students in every part of the country. Mr. Speaker, one thing I though disagree is the capitation for every student in this part, in the country. Wajir North and Dadaab doesn't have the same environment for every student, for every learner like in Nairobi. I can't understand why capitalization has been equalized when really we are unequal in all aspects of life. Mr. Speaker, on universal health care, it is a move in the right direction. Inclusion, until the Ajuran tribe, the Ajuran community are included in the government, I believe a commendable job done by this government is not fully implemented. I from Wajir North is not part of this government. We need to be at least accommodated in the Kenya Kwanza government, Mr. Speaker. Otherwise, insofar as the value of inclusion is concerned,
the Honorable, who is on a point of order? What's your point of order, Honorable?
Honorable Speaker, I am just concerned that you're giving too many opportunities.
Order. The first basic rule you learn in Parliament is you do not cast aspersions on the Speaker. Proceed. The Honorable, who was number 2? Chesumei, followed by Alice Nganga. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for protecting the House. I stand to support or to give my voice on the presidential speech. And from where I sit, I think the President did a very good job. The speech was okay.
Honorable Chesumei, I will interrupt you. You will have your minutes, but can you take your seat? Honorable members, I wish to recognize the presence of members of Parliament from the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association and the staff from their parliaments. the delegation of members of parliament from various Commonwealth countries, including Africa, the Americas, the Caribbean and Europe, UK, overseas territories, Asia Pacific, are seated. Members of parliament are seated in the speaker's row, and staff, members of staff also, and other parliamentarians are seated at the back. The parliaments represented comprise, ordinarily, in the olden days, when a speaker is making these communications, he used to sit, but because the members of parliament will be required from that area to stand up to be recognized, and when when the speaker is on his feet, everybody should freeze, so you will not have an opportunity to rise to be recognized. So I'm going to do this when I'm sitting. The honorable members, the parliaments represented comprise the National Assembly of the Gambia. Could the honorable members from the Gambia stand, and the staff? The Parliament of Jamaica in the West Indies. Thank you very much. The National Assembly of the Kingdom of Lesotho. Thank you very much. National Assembly of the the States of Jersey Assembly. Order, honorable members. Order, Kibrek. Order. Parliament of the New South Wales in Australia. Thank you very much. Welcome. Nova Scotia House of Assembly. That must be somewhere in Canada. Thank you very much. You're welcome. Parliament of Sierra Leone. Welcome. The Parliament of Uganda, our neighbors. You're welcome. United Kingdom Parliament, the mother of parliaments. You're welcome. The National Assembly of Zambia. You're welcome. And the Parliament of Kenya, I'm sure the Honorable Kali David is here, but let me finish my communication first. A special mention to the chairperson of the CPA UK, the Right Honorable Dame Maria Miller. I hope I pronounce your name well. Welcome, Madam Maria Miller. Honorable members, the delegation is attending a workshop on strengthening parliamentary action to address gender-based violence and modern slavery in supply chains, organized by the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association UK in partnership with the National Assembly of Kenya. Honorable members, the main objective of the workshop is to provide an opportunity for parliamentarians and relevant stakeholders to consider and discuss from multiple perspectives, including legislatively, culturally, socially, and legally, on how to collaborate better within their countries with a view to ensuring an impactful process in ending modern slavery and gender-based violence in every nation in the Commonwealth. Honorable members, on my behalf, representing the Speaker of the National Assembly, and on that of the National Assembly and CPA Kenya as a whole, I thank them for participating in the workshop and welcome them to Parliament and wish them fruitful engagements during the workshop. Honorable members, may I also take this opportunity to thank everyone who took part in ensuring success of this workshop, including the CPA UK, the Parliament of Kenya, various Commonwealth parliamentarians who were engaged, the facilitators, resource persons, and the Secretariat from both the UK and Kenyan parliaments. Your input and commitment has enabled the success of this workshop. Thank you very much. I will give this an opportunity now of exactly 2 minutes to a member of the CPA from the Kenyan National Assembly, the Honorable Dr. Makali.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to join you and my colleagues in welcoming honorable members from different countries who have come for this important workshop. Honorable members, this workshop is focusing on 2 issues. One is parliamentary action or address to gender-based violence, and the second one is modern-day slavery in supply chains. Since yesterday, Honorable Speaker, these delegates have engaged in those 2 topics, and I want to report to this House that we have gone through very fruitful deliberations, and members are coming up with very good proposals on how to address these 2 issues. So once more, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the UK CPA chapter and the Kenyan CPA chapter through our Parliament
for organizing and hosting this important workshop. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I want to say to the delegates, please continue deliberating, but at the same time, enjoy this country. Kenya is a very beautiful country. Create time to visit different areas, and more so our national park, which is right in the center of the city. I submit, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Legislative Council of St. Helena. That is, you're welcome. You're most welcome. And the Honorable Chesimei, could you conclude now your contribution on this, on the President's speech?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. And I rise to actually give my weight or my comments on the presidential speech. And to me, I think, and I saw that the President gave the state of the nation as it is, and unlike how other members have said that he did not say much, but to me, I believe he covered a number of things, and probably the ones that were left out would can be considered another time. But as for now, I wonder, because people who share the same political ideologies we saw, and me particularly, I saw many things which were good in his speech, and especially on the implementation and the support of the 5 pillars of the governance plan as outlined in our manifesto of the bottom-up economic transformation agenda 2022 to 2027. I think what the main agenda, which is agriculture, micro, small and medium enterprise economy, housing and settlement, and improved health facilities, which was promised to all Kenyans, and digital superhighway and creative economy. I think I was happy because I had all that being mentioned. Of course, taking into the fact that the President and the Kenya Kwanza government is just 1 year in office. I had somebody try to compare with the era of Moi, who actually took 24 or was for 24 years, which is not compared. You can't compare somebody who has actually served 24 years with 1 year. And what I also want people to see, and I don't know why people seem not to see this, is that this Hustler Fund, which has actually helped so many people, is a fund that no other government had given. And the exemplary performance in Hustler Fund should actually be taken seriously. And to me, I see that is good. Again, on the subsidies on fertilizers, the place where I come from is an agricultural place, and many farmers are actually happy about the fertilizer subsidies, which we have seen it has boosted a lot in terms of production. Again, what is key and worth noting, I was in Nyeri for Anarambe, and the Member of Parliament DM there was telling us that even the housing program, their houses are already ready. So about the affordable housing program, I believe that it's up and running, and that is something which is commendable, and which I also saw that this government, our government, is doing well. The establishment of the projected 25,000 free public Wi-Fi hotspots countrywide is something that also caught my attention, and it is things that actually we need to applaud the efforts being done by the President and our government for the last 1 year. And also supporting the creative sector through establishment of the Talanta Hela program is also something that caught my attention, and I'm happy about it. Lastly, as I wind up, Mr. Speaker, I come from an area, as I've said, where farmers plant maize, and when the President said categorically that they have provided the maize drying services, and at a fixed cost of 70 shillings per bag, which down from the previous 350, and the first consignment of 100 mobile dryers for the use of farmers docked into the country. Then I saw, and in 1 year, all this has been achieved. I then knew, and I hope that in the next 4 years, then Kenyans are ready to see much more. And the dairy farming, or the dairy farmers, the productivity for better farmer returns, the government working very closely with the relevant agencies is something that also I would see would help. So the issue of food security is well taken care of.
Honorable Alice, before you proceed, I would want to ask we go back to order number 5 and ask the chair of the budget committee to lay the papers and give a notice of the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Wednesday, 15th November 2023. Report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on its consideration of 1. The first supplementary estimates for financial year 2023-2024, and 2. The amendments by the Senate on the county government's additional allocation bill, that is National Assembly Bill number 23 of 2023. Thank you, Honorable Chair, Honorable Speaker.
I would give, I thought you also wanted to contribute on the President's address to Parliament. Oh, you said you're putting in the notice of motion. Proceed and put in the motion.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Motion, yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give motion of the following, to give notice of the following motion. That is on the consideration of the second supplementary estimates for financial year 2023-2024. Honorable Speaker, I beg to give motion, to give notice of the following motion, that this House adopts the report of the Budget and Appropriations Committee on the first supplementary estimates for financial year 2023-2024, laid on the table of the House on Wednesday, 15th November 2023, and pursuant to the provisions of Article 223 of the Constitution and Standing Order 243. 1. Roman 1 approves an increment of the total recurrent expenditure for financial year 2023-2024 by Kenya shillings 90 billion 717 million 383,737 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. 2. Roman 2 approves a decrease of the total capital expenditure for financial year 2023-2024 by Kenya shillings 24 billion 515 million 810,722 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. 3. Approves an overall increase in the total budget for financial year 2023-2024 by Kenya shillings 66 billion 201 million 573,015 shillings in respect of the votes as contained in the schedule. And Roman 4 resolves that the schedule forms the basis for the introduction of the supplementary appropriations number 3 bill of 2023, signed by the chairperson, Budget and Appropriations Committee. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Alice Nganga, followed by Ndindi and Catherine Omanyo.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I also rise to comment on the state of the nation addressed by His Excellency, the President William Ruto. Honorable Speaker, the speech
was short but to the point, because the President addressed the critical issues of our nation. Not to say that whatever he did not address is not important, but what he did, he addressed the most crucial issues he promised while he was campaigning. Honorable Speaker, in terms of affordable housing, and I'm one of the beneficiaries, we have seen that 46,792 affordable housings are underway, whereas 40,000 have already commenced. And moving forward, many more are going to come up. And in this, among the affordable housing, we have social housing that will also take place, as well as the market category housing, for people to choose whichever they want, or they are comfortable with, or they'll be able to pay back, or to repay back. Honorable Speaker, it is worth noting that many people have been suffering, that they would want to own homes, but they did not have an opportunity to do so. Now they have been given an opportunity to do it. Honorable Speaker, with a very good repayment package. And I'm encouraging all Kenyans, anybody who has ever wanted to own a house, they have an opportunity to do it, and thanks to Kenya Kwanza government. Honorable Speaker, I will also not forget education. He mentioned about education. During this year's budget, education was given a big chunk amount of money to streamline our education sector. Not forgetting, in the history of Kenya, this is the only time we have hired so many teachers at a go, so that they can be able to teach our young men and women at school. And I will say, Honorable Speaker, when we took over, the Kenya Kwanza government took over, we found the new system had a challenge, and it was streamlined, the CBC. And we have the JSS, the junior secondary school. Right now, the ones who are in grade 7, they are headed to grade 8. And that is why we are partnering with the Ministry of Education through the CDF to build more classrooms for a junior secondary school. And it is doing quite well. And with the partnership of the CDF, Honorable Speaker, I'm so sure by the time they will be in grade 9, the classrooms will be ready. And again, thanks to Kenya Kwanza government. I know, Honorable Speaker, the President did not talk or touch on the elderly, but I also want to stand here as the chair for Budget Committee to state that they are well taken care of. We did a registration in the month of September, and they were all registered. And in the month of January, they will also be receiving their dues. And I also want to say, Honorable Speaker, we have streamlined the Inua Jamii program. Right now, before they would receive their money even after 6 months, but with the Kenya Kwanza government, Honorable Speaker, the Inua Jamii program, they are receiving money before any other person has received the money, before any other civil servant has received the money, and that is an achievement. And I also want to say the ICT hubs, there will be in every ward. This is the first time that this one has been put to place. Every ward of this Republic of Kenya will have an ICT hub where young men and women can go in there with their innovation, and they'll be able to make a livelihood for themselves. And this is an achievement on the right path, Honorable Speaker. So I am saying, Honorable Speaker, and I know my time is up, but not yet. I also want to commend the HASRA fund. It is a success story where we have seen that 6.6 billion Kenya shillings have been borrowed, and the repeat that.
Honorable Ndini Nyoro.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. And Honorable Speaker, I rise to laud the very articulate State of the Nation address that was well articulated by the President. Honorable Speaker, across the entire speech of the President, it was laced with realism on how we are and we are doing as an economy. And I want to thank the President for not painting misplaced optimism on how things are. Because part of leadership is to talk straight, and talking straight, the first chapter is to tell the truth. And Honorable Speaker, the President addressed the nation on the reality of the matters, and of course, also enumerating the direction which we are taking to take Kenya forward. Honorable Speaker, I want first of all to talk about the macros that the President referred to, and say that in terms of the measurement of the economy, I want to take it into two perspectives. One, there is the economy of the pocket, on the sentiments about Kenyans, the cost of living, and other things that affect Kenyans directly, but also on the other side, the macro side of the economy. And Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with the President that we are burning midnight oil because there is a lot of room for improvement when it comes to the economy of the pocket and the cost of living. And Honorable Speaker, we are doing the math that we can so that that side of the economy also is commensurate with the other of the macros. The one I'm talking about for macros, Honorable Speaker, beyond the hardships that there are in the economy, because they are there, and it is good that as leaders, we also associate with the reality that is there. Honorable Speaker, the truth of the matter is that in the macro sense of the economy, Kenya is actually doing much well comparatively to other nations of the world. And Honorable Speaker, these are facts. And facts are not generated by a regime. Facts are also generated by international bodies like the IMF and the World Bank. And quoting the data from our own Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, which is also buttressed by the data from the IMF and World Bank, Honorable Speaker, in this year of 2023, I will use only two parameters to also show that Kenya is also not doing as badly as it appears, that we are also doing very well on the perspective of comparing Kenya to other nations. I will use inflation and also economic growth. Honorable Speaker, on the facet of economic growth, this year of 2023, in the first quarter, Kenya grew by 5.3%. That is real GDP. The nominal one actually grew by much higher. Honorable Speaker, the second quarter of 2023, the Kenyan GDP grew by the same, actually 5.3. Honorable Speaker, by the data from World Bank and IMF, Kenya was actually the 29th fastest growing economy in the world. And Honorable Speaker, these are facts, and it's good that we say them because they are there, and it's our country. On the side of the inflation, Honorable Speaker, the entire world has been faced with increased inflationary pressures. But Honorable Speaker, it is good to note that comparing Kenya now and Kenya a year before, by then in terms of inflation, we were almost cruising into double digit in terms of inflation. But Honorable Speaker, as we talk now, the inflation in Kenya is actually within our own benchmark, because the benchmark of inflation in Kenya is 5%, and then a band of 2.5% either way. And at the current rate of below 7%, Kenya is doing fairly well. But I also want to say, Honorable Speaker, that the side of inflation, we are doing much well on the side of food inflation, but we are also, these advantages are also being weighed down by the fuel inflation. But Honorable Speaker, we are doing the best that we can to also stabilize that side. On the other side around agriculture, Honorable Speaker, the policy on fertilizer is working very well. That is why in Kenya, we are likely to have the best harvest ever in Kenya this season, where we are anticipating to have over 45 million bags of maize in only one season. Honorable Speaker, all the other previous regimes were
One more minute. The Speaker has the discretion of giving you an additional minute, being a ranking member.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I was talking about education, and Honorable Speaker, all the other previous regimes were fearing to implement CPC because it's very expensive and very complex. But Honorable Speaker, we thought it is not right that we continue postponing a good thing, and that is why CPC is already working in Kenya. And Honorable Speaker, I'll be enumerating tomorrow on the measures we have taken in regards to supplementary estimates, but I want to assure the country of Kenya that we are well funding our education sector, because this is the sector that polishes and also adds value to our labor, which is the human capital. Honorable Speaker, I thank the President, and of course we allowed the very articulate and actually the best Sona address so far.
The Honorable Catherine Omanyo, followed by the Honorable...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable, I don't see... Yeah, I can't see... the woman rep for Kirinyaga. I thought I saw your name up there. Number 2, and then followed by Amena Mnyazi. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate this opportunity to again discuss or give my opinion on the President's speech the other day. Most of it was like throwing on Kenyans a mare's net, because we had a lot of unfactual information that I had. And especially if it comes to the fertilizer, I've had people praising. But my question was, who was given the mandate to supply the fertilizer? Because he might have been given very beautiful report after the fertilizer was supplied, but the truth is the real farmers are being sold the fertilizer. So if it was to benefit the farmers, some of them that I know, especially in Busia, did not even understand the procedure or who was handling that. So in future, if this bottom-up thing must work, we have village elders, we have nyumba kumi, we have administrators, the chiefs, who understand and know where the real farmers are, and if they were to be used, then this fertilizer that we are hearing about will reach the real farmers. I am remaining optimistic, but let us not keep lying that very soon this poverty index will be reduced or done with. And then if I continue poking the bubble, the nation is being overtaxed. Every now and then, if you wake up in the morning, a surprise of new taxes and dodgy or crafty means are being used. Right from the airport, if you come down, Kenyans and the visitors that are visiting our country are in shock. It is staggering that it has taken so many days, going into months, and almost swindling into a year, and nobody has taken a stern action to stop this dodgy means of taxing people. You cannot keep taxing people until you see them bleed to death. A true leader will protect her people and not want to lead graves. Unless somebody wants to lead graves, I do not want to be part of the people going to die. The employment that the President mentioned, that he has been employing people, it does not reflect the true face of Kenya. There are a few tribes, 2 or 3, that benefit more than every other tribe in Kenya. So I wonder, do we have other seat fillers in Kenya and others who truly deserve a chance to live in this nation? If we all matter, from Wajir to Turkana to Teso North in a small village called Ateret, do we matter? If we do matter, then all the tribes, any vacancies that are advertised, we should see every region.
Honorable RUTO. What's your point of order, Julius RUTO? Honorable.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. As we all know, the standing orders of this honorable provides that whenever you make a statement which carries weight in matters, has to be substantiated. In matters of employment, The speaker before us, or the member before us, Mr. Speaker, should be able to bring out clearly for Kenyans to follow. Because who doesn't know that is the only government that has brought
Order, Honorable Ruto, order.
Yes.
Well, it's not a specific claim that did not say that this ministry or so and so did not. This is a very general statement. So under the circumstances, I think the House does allow that element of what you call kanda and banta. So proceed, Honorable Omanyo.
Wajaleta. Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Some people are idle. They are trying to also seem that they are participating. I am not forcing anything from anyone to agree with me. It is about what I actually took in. If it didn't rally well or go well with how I know.
Who is that honorable member at the end there?
Then you don't come to correct me.
Rising on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker, the member is referring to some people in this House. What we know is that these are all democratically elected members. Is she in order to refer to members of parliament as some people?
Order, continue. The rules for substantiation are very clear. When you make
Mr. Speaker.
Order, specific complaints, specific claims is when. But a general, if you say that the economy is not doing well, you cannot tell somebody to go and substantiate that. If you say there's an element of nepotism somewhere, you don't have to substantiate unless the member claims such and such ministries, so and so, these people who are recruited. And then, of course, you proceed now and protect. You cannot cast aspersions on an institution of the government except in generality. In generality is acceptable. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And also, when I heard the President give more hope, and other things have not been realized across my own imagination, I thought that he should at least do some of these things without promising more, because it is reaching a time he will be talking and we will not be taking anything he says serious anymore, like El Nino and this fertilizer thing and petrol stuff. It is now becoming like whenever he stands, he must say something. We have to trust our president, and he will, if he continues saying things that are not factual, then anytime he says anything, we will know that he's coming from the point of lies. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable, yes, Oimbaya, you standing on a point of order.
Honorable Speaker. This one. Honorable Speaker, I know you, as you sit on that chair, you carry with you one virtue, the virtue that always wants to put decorum and the respect of the House. And one of the things that, as a matter of tradition and practice, both in the Commonwealth and the Westminster and this Parliament, is that you cannot say that someone has lied or is telling lies in the House. And that is part of
that
last statement by the Honorable Omanyo is very unfortunate. And I think we have said here time and again, even though we are new members of Parliament, we should learn faster. We will forgive you for this slow.
Honorable Bayer, Honorable Bayer.
But Honorable Speaker,
you have made your point.
It is important that Councillor Omanyo actually withdraws that remark. That she withdraws.
Order. Honorable Bayer, the chair has taken note of your sentiment. Order.
That statement must be
Order. We will not degenerate into the kind of name callings that you want. Yes, there are certain words that are not parliamentary. Lying is not parliamentary. More so when you refer to a fellow member of parliament or a minister. You could say misleading. You use a much more distant and much more civil word. So, order. You're not on the chair. Honorable members, I'll still implore. It's our business. This is our institution. This August House is where we are all members. Let us protect our own institution, the dignity of our institution, by avoiding certain language that essentially is unparliamentary. Proceed. The next, Honorable Madam Njeri. Then Jerry, followed
Thank
by
you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you for indulging the new members. Indeed, we are learning, and we are learning in good speed. Honorable Speaker, I want to laud the President for his very pragmatic speech, Honorable Speaker. The President spoke about the reforms in the coffee sector, Honorable Speaker, championed by our Deputy President, Rigathi Gachagua. And the President said that we have already ensured that there's a 4 billion fund for the coffee cherry fund so that we can secure the interest of our farmers, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I come from Kirinyaga County. I am a product of proceeds of coffee farming, Honorable Speaker, and therefore I would want to laud the President for ensuring that he has delivered on his mandate and promise to the people of Kirinyaga County, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the President also spoke into the matters of safeguarding and ensuring that we have food security in this nation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, up to this point, Honorable Speaker, in the last budget that we passed, Honorable Speaker, we put in 5 billion Kenya shillings, Honorable Speaker, for the subsidized fertilizer program, Honorable Speaker. I have had several members here allude that the same perhaps has not been reaching to their constituencies, Honorable Speaker, but I can also speak on behalf of the people of Kirinyaga, Honorable Speaker. I took part and I took initiative to ensure that we secured over 100,000 bags and oversaw the distribution of the same in Kirinyaga County with Honorable Senator James Morango, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to laud the President for funding and ensuring that we have more funding for JSS, Honorable Speaker. I want to insist that we still have very glaring inequalities when it comes to infrastructure in terms of education, Honorable Speaker, and we must ensure that every child in this nation has access to basic education, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, the President also spoke about the affordable housing program, and I can indeed say that it is a momentous and a life-changing initiative by the Kenya Kwanza government, Honorable Speaker. I yesterday made sure that I visited the affordable housing program project in Kirinyaga County, Gishugu constituency, and Honorable Speaker, the community, the economic impact, the cash flow, the job creation for the community, Honorable Speaker, is something that is an impact and commendable, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I also want to commend the President in regard to universal healthcare coverage, Honorable Speaker, and ensuring that we have community health promoters, Honorable Speaker, so that we can bridge the gap in terms of access to healthcare services in this nation, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, as I note that we do have challenges, Honorable Speaker, I want to speak on the plight of young people in this nation, Honorable Speaker. I have thousands of applications in my inbox, Honorable Speaker. As a government, I insist that we still have a lot more to do in terms of ensuring that, one, we have healthy environment for businesses, Honorable Speaker, so that we can enable creation of jobs, Honorable Speaker. We owe it to our young people, Honorable Speaker. We owe it to them because they are qualified and, Honorable Speaker, young people of this nation form more than 50% of the populace and deserve to have a share in the resources of this nation, Honorable Speaker. In terms of job creation, I want to urge the government, which I'm a part of, to ensure that we do and constantly ensure that we create opportunities for young people in AI, in regards to business opportunities and access to finances, Honorable Speaker. Thank you for this opportunity. May God bless this nation.
The Honorable Munyazi Amina, did I not give an opportunity to you? Followed by the Honorable Nabwera Nabi, and followed by the Honorable Kawanjiku. John.
Asante sana Mheshimiwa Spika, na mimi ningependa niweke sauti yangu kuhusu hotuba ya Rais ambayo ameweza kuizungumza hivi majuzi.
Na Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi nataka niseme hivi. Wakati nikikuwa mimi kama mtoto mpaka hapa huu umri nimefikia, wakati watu wakizungumza ama rais akitoa hotuba yake, ninavyojua mimi mila na desturi ya Wakenya, huwa sisi sote tuko juu juu, huwa raha ziko juu. Kila mtu anataka kusikia rais ni maneno gani ama ni mipangilio gani ambayo ako nayo na nchi yetu. Lakini cha kustaajabisha Mheshimiwa Spika, katika hotuba ya rais hii ambayo iliweza kutoanishwa hapa juzi, watu wengi walikuwa hawana interest ya kusikiza hayo maneno. Kwa sababu yale maneno ambayo tumekuja kuelezewa hapa katika hili bunge la kitaifa ni yale maneno ambayo Wakenya wanasikia kila siku. Tukimwona rais amesimama juu ya gari na akihutubia watu barabarani. Ndio maana sasa hatujaona tofauti ya yale maneno ambayo sisi tunasikia kule mitaani na yale maneno yenye ambayo yamekuja kuzungumza hapa Mheshimiwa Spika. La pili, Mheshimiwa Spika, ni mengi ambayo rais ameweza kuyazungumza na kuna mazuri hapo ndani, na vile vile pia sisi ni lazima tukashifu pale ambapo tunaona kuna mambo ambayo hayako sawa. Kitu ambacho nitaunga wenzangu mkono ni kuhusu hili swala la Hustler Fund. Mimi Mheshimiwa Spika, imenishangaza na mpaka dakika hii nimepigwa na butwa kusikia ya kwamba kuna mtu ambaye amepata milioni 4,500,000. Najua sijui, lakini maybe ningeweza kupata namba ya simu ya huyo mtu Mheshimiwa Spika, ili niweze kuhakikisha, kwa sababu mimi sitaki kuita mtu mrongo. Lakini kwa hii Kenya tunaoishi dakika hii Mheshimiwa Spika, mtu yoyote ambaye ataweza kupata milioni 4,500,000 kwa kupitia hizi pesa za Hustler Fund, niko na uhakika leo hii ingekuwa imesambaa katika mitandao yote na kila mtu angekuwa ameweza kuyaona. So ni tu kuhakikisha, sijaita mtu mrongo, nataka tu kuhakikisha. Na tukiendelea mbele, maana nimemsikia Mheshimiwa Rais akisema mbali na Hustler Fund ametaja sijui kuhusu mambo mengi hapo, coffee, kuhusu wakulima, amesema kwamba yeye mwenyewe ameweza kupigia hawa watu simu. Ningependa hilo jukumu leo ni letu sisi kama wabunge, tuweze kupigia watu simu na tuwaulize kwamba leo hii kuna fertilizer imeshukishwa bei kutoka shilingi 6,500 mpaka 2,500. Je, hiyo ni kweli? Lakini wewe ambaye unafanya mtihani, huwezi wewe mwenyewe pia kuandika huo mtihani Mheshimiwa Spika. Naona hilo jukumu lingekuwa ni letu sisi. Kitu ambacho kingine ambacho ningependelea kiweze kuongelewa zaidi Mheshimiwa Spika ni kuhusu gharama ya maisha. Gharama ya maisha sasa imekuwa ni donda sugu katika Kenya yetu, na hili ni jambo ambalo tumelizungumza na kulikariri mara moja, mara mbili na zaidi Mheshimiwa Spika. Sikusikia jambo lolote kuhusu mafuta yetu Mheshimiwa Spika kuweza kushikishwa bei. Sasa hapo ndipo ambapo donda sugu la matatizo ya Kenya yanapoanza. Mheshimiwa Spika, sijasikia chochote kuhusu stima, bima za stima, watu ambazo wanakwenda kulipa kwamba zinakwenda kushikishwa bei. Tukisema nini gharama maisha imepanda Mheshimiwa Spika, hatumaanishi kwamba ni unga wa sima peke yake. Tunamaanisha ni chakula, tunamaanisha kuna stima, tunamaanisha kuna maji, tunamaanisha kuna watoto wetu shule ambao tunataka pia karo zao ziweze kushukishwa. Kwa hivyo Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi hotuba ya rais ingekuwa imeangazia zaidi kuhusu masuala ya mafuta, maji, stima. Kwa kweli mimi ningekuwa ni mtu mwenye furaha kubwa zaidi kabisa. Kwa kumalizia, kama vile dadangu alivyozungumza hapa kuhusu ugawaji wa kazi Mheshimiwa Spika, mimi natoka sehemu ambayo inaitwa Malindi Mheshimiwa Spika, Kilifi County, kule sehemu za pwani. Watu wengi ambao mimi nawakilisha kule, the locals pale ni wamejikenda. Na Mheshimiwa Spika, nataka nikukuhakishie katika huu mwaka mmoja ambao mimi nimekuwa katika hili bunge, wale watu wangu ambao mimi nawakilisha, idadi ya namba ambao wameandikwa kazi Mheshimiwa Spika ni kidogo sana. Kwa hivyo pasipokuwa na usawa katika ugawaji wa kazi Mheshimiwa Spika, sisi kama Wakenya bado tunajikuta katika mahali pabaya. Asante sana Spika.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A very long, lofty in words, and as usual, full of promises, was the speech that we were treated to hear. Mr. Speaker, The Constitution requires that the president on that particular day, he addresses himself on how he has gone about or what he has achieved in realizing, or the country realizing, national values. And Mr. Speaker, it is so clear that the values we espouse in this country are patriotism, participation of the people, rule of law, equity, human rights, non-discrimination, human dignity, among others. The problem I have with the speech of the president was that he was unable to recognize the fact that the country is facing an impending collapse of the education system because of the following. One, non-release of capitation money as given in the budget. Two, failure to have enough teachers to handle JSS as we move into the second class in January. And three, lack of over 6,000 classrooms and 0 resource centers in the JSS sector. Mr. Speaker, I'm even more worried that the president did not recognize the fact that in the road sector in this country, his own minister is overseeing discrimination by using funds from the fuel levy, Mr. Speaker, to allocate discriminatively to some sub-counties at the expense of the others. We are aware that he allocated as much as 300 million to one sub-county and 0 to another. Mr. Speaker, I'm even worried that the president did not recognize the insecurity in this country. Which human dignity are we talking about when the woman in Matunda, Likuyani sub-county, cannot do business at 7 p.m. When a young boda whom they usually refer to as hustler in Lugari, cannot go around his business because he'll be shot by people. A country where we have taken an oath to protect our own people. Mr. Speaker, do you know that as we are here, I hear people praising the speech. We have people who cannot afford a meal in their houses. Do you know that I was taken by surprise and in shock when I heard that a gorogoro of maize costs 60 shillings? Where in this country? Where, so that I can go and buy for my people? My people are dying because there's no food. Mr. Speaker, I'm even worried that as we stand here to speak, we are having a glare at us at Kenya Revenue Authority, where employment is based on tribe. For you to qualify to join, you must belong to a particular tribe. Is that what our national values talk about? The answer is no. Therefore, on the speech of the president, I give him a D+. Thank you.
Well, I gave it to Kawanjiku.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
You can't rise on a point of order when there's nobody on the floor. Proceed, Kawanjiku.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And I think as I take this opportunity to talk about the presidential debate, I also want to tell my friend Nabi that for sure the gorogoro of maize, and even if it's not happening in his constituency, he should be able to visit Uasin-Gishu, visit our constituency. It's all over, and it's good to substantiate whenever you are giving out unsubstantive information, Mr. Speaker. Let me say that the President Lile, addressed the nation And I can confirm that majority of whatever the president is talking about is the preparation to take our nation to the next level. He talked about the debt that has really choked this country, and it is good, our friends from the opposition, to also appreciate that where this nation is, that we need a lot of intervention across the board, Mr. Speaker. And I agree, there is also a lot of political goodwill when you look at what the president and the former prime minister are doing in what you call bilateral talks, trying to bring our nation back to track. Because when we took over from the last regime, whereby this country was really messed by the handshake brothers, that the debt is choking our nation, Mr. Speaker. And the president confirmed that almost 500 billion of our national revenue that we are correcting, half 500 billion is going to pay debt, Mr. Speaker. We must also appreciate there are a lot of external forces that, especially when our Kenya shilling is not doing good, Mr. Speaker. I sit in the budget committee, and we had to reallocate. We had to do what you call budget cut for us to be able to take care of the interest rates that has actually increased in about 150 billion Kenya shillings, that we did not take a loan, we did not go to borrow, but due to inflation and fluctuations in terms of Kenya shillings, we are losing almost every day that we lose a shillings against the dollar, we are losing to a tune of about 40 billion, Mr. Speaker. Therefore, we have a lot of responsibilities, and we must honor our international obligation in terms of paying our debt, Mr. Speaker. And we congratulate the president because he has said we cannot continue to borrow. We must look for means and ways to sustain ourselves as a nation, Mr. Speaker. On top of that, he brought the subsidies. And I want to correct the member who said that there is no fertilizer of 2,500 shillings. That fertilizer is even in my constituency. I'm a farmer. I'm learning how to farm because we must do what you call corrective responsibility. In our small farm, even if it's 100 by 100, we must help the president to make sure that we are food sustainable. We can be able to sustain ourselves in terms of food security in our nation, Mr. Speaker. And I bought that fertilizer, 2,500 shillings. Even myself as a member of parliament, I bought it in my constituency, just next a few steps here in Kiamba, Mr. Speaker. And if they don't have the fertilizer of 2,500 shillings, I can even help her to make sure that she access the fertilizer if she doesn't want to access the fertilizer, Mr. Speaker. It is ignorance of the highest order. It is misleading to say that that the fertilizer is still at 6,500. As you are aware, Mr. Speaker, we are actually expecting to have a bumper harvest for the first time, because we agree that we are not going to do subsidies in terms of consumption but production, Mr. Speaker. And therefore, to a tune of about 50 million bags, for the first time, we are certain that in the next maybe 1 year, our country will be able to sustain itself in terms of food allocation. He had talked about TVETs. He makes sure that we increase and make sure that we have TVETs in all our constituencies. He's talking about the KMTC. He talked about universal health, Mr. Speaker. After you have, gotten food to eat at any time of the day, the next big thing is about your health. And we really appreciate what the president and the executive are doing to reorganize the health sector by making sure that the hustlers now will be able to access health care. Even if you don't have money to pay for NHIF, the government will be able to pay for you, so that every time you go to a hospital, you can be able to access health care. Those are some of the interventions that the government has done to make sure at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, we take care of our people. Therefore, the Hustlers Fund, it is there. Whoever is saying that you cannot borrow 4 million, it is actually misleading.
The Honorable Kiborek, followed by the Honorable Oyula, and the Honorable Rebecca Tonkei. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here to give credit to the President, because our President was elected at such a difficult time that we can equate to the time of Winston Churchill, when he was appointed into office by the King of then and the Queen of then. And it was during such a difficult time when he addressed the House of Commons, and he said, In his time, it was time of blood, toil, tears, and sweat. We can't equate with our situation in Kenya, where President William Ruto was elected to office at the time when our economy was facing depression. We were going through the downtown of the curve of economic, and the president came in handy to resuscitate our economy, which was not doing good. He has done his bit, he's doing his bit. It's only that it is easy to criticize the man in the arena, like it was once said. All of these members here come from constituencies, and they are criticized such a time when the constituent feel they are not doing good. But the effort they are giving, they know themselves that it is very difficult to govern at such a time when there is economic crisis. Mr. Speaker, on the key issue of education, the president made a deliberate move to put about 27% of our budget to education, and he was elected when CBC was about to take off. He has done his best in putting CBC into the right path. He's been able to employ teachers up to the tune of 56,000, which has never been seen in this country before. And we want to echo President for that, because education is the foundation of our growth and our economic growth as a country. The President did well when it comes to health matters. I myself, I sit in a committee of health, and we came up with 3 bills or 4, including the social insurance fund, primary health care fund, and critical and emergency and critical disease fund, which will be able to bring our economy and do a radical reform in our economy, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you, sitting in a committee of health, in the next 10 or so months, our health system will have changed, and there will be a paradigm shift from how we used to do things in this country. He brought about the 100,000 community health promoters, which will go a long way in being able to identify and be able to solve the issues of diseases at the primary health level. Mr. Speaker, KEMSA, since the time of COVID, has been facing a downtown and has been in total crisis and total problem. But the president, in his own wisdom, was able to come up with a plan to resuscitate KEMSA and to bring back KEMSA, because that is what will be able to give drugs to our hospitals and to be able to make our health system run. And we want to commend the team at the KEMSA and the president, and even in the budget, the president increased money to the KEMSA so that we're able to pick from where it was and be able to serve this country well. Mr. Speaker, the issue of cattle rustling, which I come from a northern part of this country, which is facing a very serious challenge, we want to commend the president. He is on a journey to silence the guns, which has been terrorizing our people. He spoke well about it, and his formula seems to be bearing fruits. And we want to tell the president that we support him. As Kenyans of goodwill, as Kenyans who love peace, we have to stand with the president so that he is able to bring to end the menace of insecurity which has been in this country since independence. Mr. Speaker, the issue of fertilizer, some of these members here who come from towns and come from areas where they have not seen agriculture don't know the impact the fertilizer subsidy has brought to this country. We want to encourage the president and echo him for what he has done to be able to subsidize fertilizer and to transform agriculture in this country of ours. Mr. Speaker, president is president at such a time that there is no any other leader who could have taken Kenya through these challenges we are facing at the moment. Had we gotten the handshake brothers, Mr. Speaker, this country will be a banana republic. But thanks to the genius of William Ruto, that he has been able to keep the country going and be able to remove the country off the economic cliff which was facing, and was courtesy of the handshake brothers, Mr. Speaker, who today we are seeing even they constructing an airport which is leaking. Mr. Speaker, it's a shame that handshake brothers were ruling this country at such a time that we were in the last 3 years. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is it Tonkei who's next? Tonkei. Huh?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. Yes, the Honorable Oyula, followed by the Honorable Tonkei, followed by Jessica Mbalu, and the MP from Magarini. We'll just go in that order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to also comment on the presidential speech. Mr. Speaker, the president in his speech started very well. The president identified the key economic problems the nation was facing. And these were external shocks, fiscal distress, and structural imbalances. So you start by identifying the problems that you are faced with, which the president did very well. He identified the problems, and now he expounded the key thrusts of his economic agenda. So the key areas of his economic agenda, Mr. Speaker, covered expanding agricultural production to deal with cost of living. We are all talking about cost of living, and the president was very clear that agricultural production will help to reduce the high cost of living. Mr. Speaker, he further went on to talk about affordable housing to increase jobs and dignified living. The president also talked about universal health coverage, which is a very important area for this country, as we have a lot of health problems in the rural setup. The president also talked about digital transformation to create jobs and efficient access to government services. This, Mr. Speaker, is going to help the youth of this country to be able to search for jobs and communicate freely with the others. Mr. Speaker, the president then shifted to debt situation in Kenya. And then he mentioned that starting this month of December, the government is going to pay off part of the Eurobond loan by about 300 million Kenya shillings. That, Mr. Speaker, is an assurance that our debt situation was going to be reduced, because Eurobond, Mr. Speaker, has been the biggest problem for this country. In his speech, Mr. Speaker, the president dwelt very much on transformation agenda. Transformation can be very costly and painful. Hence, it is important that Kenyans must accept to go through this painful situation where we are now moving from bad economy and trying to go to a better living standard. Mr. Speaker, throughout the speech, the speech of the president, he mentioned issues that affect the Kenyans, but all these did not clear the situation as was expected by the Kenyans. Like in education sector, Mr. Speaker, the education sector is still contaminated with a lot of corruption, which needs to be looked into very urgently. Mr. Speaker, that area, the country needs to balance the deployment of teachers across the country. Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
Honorable Tonkei, Rebecca Tonkei.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving this opportunity to contribute on the presidential speech which was delivered on Thursday last week. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to congratulate the president for giving us a speech which is actually the State of the Nation address, which captured what we have, the government of Kenya Kwanza has done for the last 1 year. Mr. Speaker, sir, looking at the education sector, which I am a member of the Education Committee, I want to congratulate the President for employment of 56,750 new teachers and the training of the 8,200 teachers, primary school teachers for JSS. Mr. Speaker, this is the first time coming from Narok County that our children or our teachers have had an opportunity to be employed. Mr. Speaker, sir, with the new rule that was taken by TSC from the Education Committee, we got an opportunity for all the teachers who are trained in Narok County to be employed. So, Mr. Speaker, and I believe our honorable member said that there was no opportunity for people to be employed, then that's not true, Mr. Speaker, sir, because every person from every county got the opportunity to be employed as a teacher. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of entry requirement for teachers, this has seen an increase of 300%, and I'm a witness to this, Mr. Speaker, sir, because in Narok, for example, we have a teachers training college which had gone down. It was the only institution where you find the tutors are more than the students. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we've seen teachers colleges now with so many teacher trainees of up to 20,456. Mr. Speaker, sir, on the universal health care, the health laws that we passed, Mr. Speaker, sir, is going to go a milestone for our people in Kenya. For example, Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of the people contributing 300 shillings up from 500 shillings is a gain for all Kenyans who could not contribute, who are not able to contribute the 500 shillings. We are all aware as politicians that every time we do so many rampages so that we can cater for medical expenses for our people who are ailing. And with the new health coverage, Mr. Speaker, sir, our people are going to get medical cover, they're going to get insurance, and therefore, with this one, we are going to go another step ahead as Kenyans. And I know this one is going to help the common mwananchi. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of Hustler Fund, which has been effected by the Kenya Kwanza government, is also another thing that has helped Kenyans. We are aware that many Kenyans have been able to access this, and therefore hustlers are able to do their day-to-day businesses. And Mr. Speaker, sir, we all agree that, you know, sometimes people want to do business, but they lack financial support. But with the Hustlers Fund, Mr. Speaker, sir, our people can access that money, do business, and refund the money back. Mr. Speaker, sir, the issue of appointment of the 6 judges, which was impunity. And I want to say this one was the first thing that it was an achievement for us as Kenya Kwanza. And the president appointed these judges. He also increased enhanced their allocation of Kenya shilling 3 billion. And Mr. Speaker, sir, that is facilitating the judiciary so that they can serve better. And I beg to support the president, and he did very well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
The Honorable Jessica Mbalu, followed by the MP for Magarini, followed by a Lady Kemei of Kericho County, and the Honorable Ruto Julius. In that order, proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for giving this opportunity to contribute to the State of the Nation address by His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Kenya. Mr. Speaker, before I critique the speech, I must say that the President did well just to appear before the Parliament and, of course, admitting and appreciating the members of Parliament as democratically elected representatives of the people. We are represented by members of Parliament from different constituencies, democratically elected. Mr. Speaker, on his note number 2, he said that he has a substantial report to give on the progress made in fulfilling this solemn covenant. And while I was in the parliament, Mr. Speaker, for us to get the gist of what he was coming to do, Mr. Speaker, he was supposed to take us through the measures taken by his government under his leadership to give full expression and effect of, the constitution dispensation. How far has he done? Mr. Speaker, he did a very big, very detailed speech. In fact, this speech, it is just a policy. Detailed speech, talking about the vision, talking about his dream. But I hear, after getting to the office, I expected the president to give us his scorecard. What has he been able to achieve? The Speaker, on the issue of employment, from the 13th of September to 9th of October, when he gave his speech, how much has he been able to achieve in terms of employment? How many youth has he employed? How many in numbers? And of course, that can be, substantiated, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in terms of infrastructure, we expected, because we are still, I think, his government is still in the vision, the mission, the dreaming part of it. And I expect for 1 year to be doing the evaluation, the monitoring of the works that he has been able to do. Because by the time we get to the policies, I'm sure these are some of the policies, and I'm sure he was not speaking to us. He was speaking to even other constituencies. Mr. Speaker, infrastructure, how many kilometers of road has been done, tarmacked in Kibwezi East? The ones that he really thought, and because he has been the government for long, how many have been tarmacked? How many have been tarmacked in Mokoreim? How many have been taken in Kajiado and other places? And I think that is the scorecard that we expected. In fact, the common Mwananchi was listening, us as representatives of the people who were listening. Mr. Speaker.
What's your point of order, the Honorable Tonkate? Had better be a serious point of order?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, is the member in order to say that the president was not able to substantiate the number of youths he has employed, and again, that he has not given his scorecard, and yet, Mr. Speaker, sir, what the president gave was actually his scorecard for the whole year. Mr. Speaker, sir, the number of teachers, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Tonkei, Rebecca, order.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. This is my 13th year in this parliament.
The president is a public property. He is the president for the Republic of Kenya. And, these things are policy matters. People have their different opinions, and this is a house of opinions. You might not necessarily agree with that lady. When you get your opportunity, give your scorecard in the manner you want it. But allow everybody else to, however irrelevant you think they are, but then still allow it. It's the democracy. It's unfortunately the rules of democracy. And he's happy with that, I'm sure. Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I have been in this parliament for 13 years now. And we have had different speeches. And I must also be able to know which is good and which is bad. I am here not to say the president bad, but what is supposed to have been done at the stage of his vision and mission for the country. And I must tell the members of Kenya Kwanza, the president is not for Kenya Kwanza alone. Just like you. When you have been elected, you are the member of your constituency. But in the terms for oversight, we must tell him what he is supposed to do. In fact, I want to advise that he looks at his advisory team and ensures they do better. Mr. Speaker, I was saying the scorecard in terms of from the 13th September to 9th of October. My people would want to hear the number of connection of electricity the last miles. How often have we been able to achieve in Kibwezi's constituency, in Makwiny County, the cost of living, what people are expecting to hear. And I'm sure that is what he should have done. Maybe the next speech he will give us the same. How has he dealt with the cost of living? The people are crying, Mr. Speaker. How has he dealt with the fuel? We do not want a situation where we increase fuel and then we reduce, we not play with our money, we reduce to a point where it is still higher than it was increased from. Mr. Speaker, how many title deeds have we been issued? If it's Makwiny, how many title deeds from this year to this year? The water sector, How many people have been able to get water? How many families? Teachers. You talked about 56,700. Those are very few. How many have been employed? How many have been trained? I mean, expected to have more than 150. And this is what I'm telling my member, that's what we call scorecard. Mr. Speaker, education, infrastructure. Here we are talking about NGCDF, where we are talking about, the matching. How many classes have been built for this?
It was, I had given the next person. Yes, the MP from Magarini, I believe, followed by Madam Kemei, followed by RUTO, followed by the MP for Lamu East, and followed by the MP for Kitutu Chache. Is he there, Japheth? Yes, proceed on that order, and then I'll give the next round. Proceed.
Asante Mheshimiwa Spika kwa kunipatia fursa hii nami nikapate kuchangia katika hotuba ya Rais. Mheshimiwa Spika, kwanza nianze na kumpongeza Mheshimiwa Rais kwa hotuba yake ambayo ameangazia mambo mengi ambayo yeye mwenyewe amepata kuyatenda pamoja na utawala wake. Mheshimiwa Spika, nikiangalia swala la walimu, kitu ambacho pengine kitakuwa hakikuniendea sawa ni kwamba katika walimu hawa 56,000 laiti kama wangegawanywa sawa sawa kwa zile constituency ama maeneo bunge 290, hapo tungeona ya kwamba eneo bunge moja lingeweza kupata walimu 180 na kuzidi, ambapo tungeweza kukimu kwa baadhi yetu ambao tuna uhaba zaidi, tungeweza kuona kwamba tunakimu sehemu hiyo ya elimu. Na pia vile vile tukizingatia usawa wa nafasi za kazi, naona ni muhimu hata kwa siku za usoni kwamba nafasi zote za kazi, iwapo ni kwa idara za usalama, iwapo ni kwa idara za huduma ya taifa, zingeweza kugawanywa maeneo bunge. Hapo tungeweza kusaidika zaidi. Pia vile vile nimpongeze Rais kwa uamuzi wa kwamba wale vijana ambao wameenda kwa huduma ya taifa wanapohitimu masomo yao ama kozi zao, wanayo nafasi ya kwanza kuajiriwa katika vikosi vya usalama hapa nchini. Hilo ni jambo la kusaidia, maana ukiwaangalia hawa vijana hawapati chochote, lakini wanajitolea katika nyanja zote kuona ya kwamba wanahudumia taifa hili bila kuogopa, bila wasiwasi, na wala bila kujali hata maslahi yao. Hapo hatua hiyo ya Rais ni hatua ambayo inastahili kupongezwa. Pia vile vile kwa huu mradi wa nyumba zenye gharama nafuu, ni mradi ambao unastahili pia vile vile kupongezwa, tukizingatia ya kwamba tuko na wakati mgumu kabisa kwa wakati huu kiuchumi, lakini vile anavyojisatiti kuona kwamba miradi hii inaendelea, na hata vile ambavyo ameweza kutupa matumaini watu wa Magarini kwamba hivi karibuni huu mradi utatufikia. Ni tamaa yetu kwamba unapotufikia, kwanza utabuni nafasi za kazi, na pia vile vile utatoa makao kwa wale ambao pia hawawezi kupata nyumba za bei nafuu na kuweza kuishi katika mazingira mazuri. Kwa hakika Mheshimiwa Rais yuko na maono mazuri kwa nchi hii. Tatizo ni kwamba baadhi yetu sisi wananchi wa Kenya hatuna yale maono aliyonayo, wala hatuwezi kuyaangazia kwa undani tukajua amelenga wapi. Tusikose kufahamu ya kwamba panapo mawimbi mazito, papo hapo ndipo palipo na mlango. Mula ni mla leo, mla jana, leo kalani. Hilo ndilo linalotusumbua sisi. Tunataka kila kitu kiwe chaweza kufanyika sawa sawa na bila wasiwasi wowote kwa wakati ambao hata haiwezekani. Ni lazima tuwe na wakati mzuri wa kuona kwamba tunapatia nafasi nchi kuweza kupona. Kufikia hivi sasa nchi imeanza kupona pole pole. Kwa Kiingereza, the country is healing now and we need to give it time.
Asante. As part of the rules, if you start with English, you end with English. If you're too comfortable with Swahili, you do the whole presentation, or rather, in Swahili. Thank you, in Swahili. It's Madam Kemei, followed by the MP for Kitutu, Chache. And the MP for Keses, yes. And Keses is RUTO, yeah. And then proceed on the basis of that. I'll give the second round. I think most of you will have had a chance to say something on this speech, on this address by the President. Proceed, Madam Kemei.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to speak about the speech of the President. And on the onset, I want to appreciate and say that the speech of the President was on point, accurate, and it has an impact on now and the future. I want to be very specific to some areas. To start with is the side or the sector of agriculture, where we have reforms in the coffee, tea, milk, and sugar sector. I appreciate this, Honorable Speaker. I come from Kericho County, where all these products, the coffee, the tea, milk, and sugar are grown. Not forgetting even the horticultural like avocados. So with the subsidized fertilizers, Honorable Speaker, I want to say that we at the moment have food security. Maize being the main food for us, or the product of that, the unga. And in Kericho, Honorable Speaker, we grow so much of it. So for those who are saying they don't know if it is true that the korokoro is between 60 and 75, they should visit Kericho, they should visit Trans Nzoia and buy from them. I'm only concerned, Honorable Speaker, that we wouldn't want to have the price coming down below that, because farmers have to get profit from the produce. So with that, I say the fertilizers are distributed, but I pray and plead that the chiefs should make sure that they are fairly distributed and taken to the people on time, so that they don't move up and down for the same. Though it is not mentioned about the tea, he didn't mention tea in the speech, I want to say the reforms in the tea sector is being seen. For example, Honorable Speaker, the bonus came and there was increase in the pockets to the farmers, and I appreciate that. The coffee at the same time. Now coming to milk, the President in his speech talked of having the coolers to boost the quality of the milk. I pray that the price of milk should also come up, so that we don't have the farmers getting less than 50 shillings per liter. On health matters, universal health coverage, I appreciate that. In the main thing, the health promoters going to the people and visiting the many Kenyans is a plus to us, because a healthy person or a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Employment of 200,000 new health workers is a plus to us, adding to the side of employment. Not to forget that we have more of these health promoters also getting and source of income to their families. Honorable Speaker, when it comes to savings, the saving culture which was not there has been improved, and that is why in NSSF, the savings has grown to 6.5, and I appreciate that. The Hustler Fund, where we have most of our hustlers getting money from that, borrowing and returning, that is a plus to us. And education sector, employment of 56,000 plus teachers is something that has not been there before. And therefore, I ask our people to be patient. The standard of living is still is coming down, and with time, I believe, come the next year when we'll have the next speech, I'm sure it will have improved. The economic situation will have improved, and the cost of living will have come down. And Honorable Speaker,
proceed, the Honorable Ruto.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity you've given me to also weigh on the speech made by Secretary of the President during the State of the Nation address in this honorable House. And Mr. Speaker, I want to start off by saying, if there is a man that has proven to be a man enough to tackle the challenges Kenyans are facing, is the President of the Republic of Kenya. From his speech, he never gave a speech that was full of cosmetic promises or cosmetic words to just please Kenyans, but rather he came out candidly and expressed the confidence he has and he has been given by Kenyans from the trust he has been given to serve as a president. What am I trying to put across? Coming out and telling Kenyans the real situation, that we are facing dire, tough situations as Kenya from the economic conditions we are facing in, that most of these conditions are not only generated from within our nation, but most of them are put in from the external challenges, economic politics of the world that is seriously affecting us by virtue that more than 70% of our consumption is from importation. And most of this comes with what we call import inflation. Mr. Speaker, we will appreciate that USA right now are working on the economic challenges, inflation, by virtue that Federal Reserve has worked on their monetary policy to ensure that they mop back all their dollars in the economy and even outside the economy. This has effect even on us that we are importing using the dollars in our country, Kenya. And that is why the cost of living is here with us. Mr. Speaker, you will appreciate Germany, Japan are now working on their recession. Generally, on across the whole world, there is a serious recession that is undertaking. And so, therefore, Kenya is not exceptional. And Mr. Speaker, I have asked my colleagues from the other side of the chamber, castigating, opposing, naysaying on what the president made during the statement, the State of the Nation address. And I want to remind them that on the speech of the president, it was not any promise, but rather an account of what the president has done and what the country has trying to achieve and to turn around the situation of our economy. Number one, Kenya is not endowed with minerals, and therefore we cannot speak of our economy dependent on minerals and export of minerals. Right now, tourism is also facing a lot of challenges. Mr. Speaker, manufacturing sector over time has been killed. You will appreciate to me over recent times, we have even witnessed our local production, milk sector. We now rely on powder milk from foreign countries being imported to our country to be converted into liquid milk for it to be distributed, affecting our own prices. All this put together, the only sector that the president has chosen to take the right direction is on production and on agriculture. And this has assisted to reduce even the dependence that we experienced in the recent months, where we were importing, even including staple food like maize. To an extent, our own ministers, CS, are to travel outside the country in pursuing of a land space to plant maize to feed the country. You will agree with me, Mr. Speaker, any nation that is planning to feed its people from importation is a nation that is then to fail. And I want to appreciate the president that by the steps he made, pronouncing a reduction of prices of fertilizer and all farm inputs. As we talk now, production of maize from the region where I'm coming from is now estimated to have grown by more than 40 million bags as compared to the previous financial period. This one, in essence, Mr. Speaker, it tells us now Kenyans are ready to be fed by their own production within the country. This will absorb the aspect of importing with the importation of inflation from foreign countries and creating employment amongst ourselves, because we are foreseeing now value addition being the second discussion after what we are producing. Mr. Speaker, on the aspect of livestock, fish sector, The president has confirmed that along the coastal stream, we have 22 landing points for fish collection from the auction. This tells us the earlier dependence on importation of fish from China, our staple food, the alternative protein that our doctors have been asking us to go alternatives of red meat to the white meat. The president is sorting out, creating employment, and increasing the market of fish along the domestic market, and even to an extent of exporting for the purpose of competing with the world. Because we are endowed by virtue that we are a country, that we are not landlocked, but rather we have an advantage that we can tap on the sea, that is the Indian Ocean. Mr. Speaker, on the aspect of employment, and more so on the education sector, I've heard somebody says that the president has not demonstrated what he has done. Employing 57,000 teachers in the Republic of Kenya in less than 1 year, that is a fact. It is not a promise. Employing askaris and jeshi from NYS, Mr. Speaker, is a fact. It is not a promise. Mr. Speaker, employing over 100,000.
Madam Rueda of what happened to the MP for Kitutu Chache? Oh yes, then proceed. Kitutu Chache first. Madam Rueda, you'll have to wait.
Oh, okay.
It's Rueda. Yeah, okay. Kitutu Chache comes after Rueda. Proceed.
Asante Bwana Spika, nami kunipatia nafasi. Mimi nilifurahishwa sana na hotuba ya rais. Kusema ukweli, rais hakupeana dawa ya maumivu. Dawa ya maumivu ni ile rukuu. Unasema unapeana hii ili utulize maumivu kidogo, lakini ugonjwa uko pale pale. Rais amepeana dawa ile ya kupoza ugonjwa. Anajua shida ya Kenya ni nini, hataki mambo ya kupeana painkiller, hiyo dawa ya maumivu, yeye anataka kutibu. Na kutibu sahihi ni wakati wake. Ikiwa ni kiongozi, lazima utibu ugonjwa, sio kuubembeleza. So naona kuna mpangilio mzuri wa kutibu ugonjwa tulionao. Mimi nilipendezwa sana na rais alipotaja jamii zilizotengwa. Jamii zilizotengwa walizungumzia mambo mengi, na mojawapo ni upande wa mifugo. Tumepata tamaa mzuri, tunaona tunaweza uangaliwa, kwa sababu hii Kenya vile inavyoenda, ikitajwa sehemu nyingine, wengine wanaumwa sana. So inaonesha kuna kasoro katika sisi wa Kenya. Hatuchukuliani kama sisi ni wa Kenya wote, lakini rais ametoa msimamo ya kwamba wa Kenya wote ni wa Kenya. Mifugo wakiendeleza vizuri, uchumi itainuka katika sehemu zetu, zile sehemu zilizotengwa. Kusema ukweli pia, rais ameanza kutenda yale anasema. Tumemuona wiki iliyopita ameenda kwa jamii zilizotengwa na anafuatilizia yale aliyosema. Kama mmoja wapo Lamu alianzisha barabara, ambayo barabara hiyo kwa miaka 60 hatujakuwa na hata inchi moja ya barabara. Yeye rais ndo ameanzisha, na kweli tunaona yale anayosema atatenda. Amezungumzia pia kuhusu uchumi samawati. Uchumi samawati amesema ataweka tuvuti ya kutua katika kila kaunti yenye mwambao wa pwani, ukianza Shimoni mpaka Kiunga, na tumeona zimejengwa na zinafuatiliwa, naenda kuzifungua. Bado tu yetu ya Kiunga ameahidi atatengeneza, tunatarajia nayo pia atengeneze. Ya Mokoe pia imepangwa, lakini bado yetu ya Kiunga nayo afanye, ndio tutoe samaki wengi. Na katika uchumi huo, akizungumza katika mambo ya uchumi samawati, utaona rais anazungumza mambo ya kutoka kwenye moyo. So tuna imani upande wa uvuvi utaendelezwa na itasaidia Wakenya wote. Huku wakitoa majani, huku tukitoa samaki, mwingine atoe kingine, Kenya ndio itaendelea. Lakini watu wakikaza tu mambo yote yafanywe sehemu zingine ziachwe vile vile, mwisho inakuwa sote tunaumia. Kitu ambacho sikupenda ni ile kusema kwamba zile forces zitatolewa kwa NYS. NYS ni mpangilio mzuri, lakini sehemu zingine kama kwetu hawaendi sana NYS. So tunaona kama tutakosa hizo nafasi za KDF na polisi. So kama atafanya NYS labda iwe 50% na wengine wachukuliwe 50%. Manake watu wa kwetu wamezoea pengine kuchunga na kwenda baharini, wakienda NOS wanaona wanapoteza. Mimi naona kwamba rais anasema anayatenda. Na pia upande wa walimu kusema kweli tumeona sasa wakiandikwa. Na walimu wakiandikwa itatusaidia. Manake maeneo ya kwetu walimu wakienda miaka mitatu wanakimbia. Na kuna hii formula ambao wanatumia kukimbia kazi, kisha wakirudi wanapelekwa sehemu zingine na wanalipwa salary, pia inatutatiza kule kwetu. So vile rais anafuatilizia mambo ya elimu, na nimeona Lamu Mashariki amefuatilizia kwa karibu, yeye mwenyewe anataka kujua kwa nini mtoto wa Lamu eneo bunge lote la Lamu Mashariki mtoto mmoja ndio aende university, na ameanza mikakati na tumeitwa viongozi. Ukweli ni kwamba rais anatenda yale anayoyasema. Tumpeni tu muda ili na tumpe support yetu ili atende kazi, na sisi wa Kenya wote uchumi wetu uimarike. Asante Bwana Speaker.
Honorable Member for Kitutu Chache.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for also giving me this opportunity to also say a word towards the President's address of the nation. First of all, I want to applaud the President for giving a very realistic State of the Nation address and giving a clear roadmap towards the economic growth of this country. First of all, I want to applaud him because on the education sector, when he came in, the education sector was marred with a lot of uncertainties, especially the CBC program, which he has been able and manage the CBC sector. He has been able to employ teachers, over 56,000 teachers for the first time in this country. In less than 2 years, we have been able to employ 56,000 teachers who are able to match up the gap between the teacher and the student ratio, which will also improve the education standards in our schools. He has been able also to take most of our money that was in the education sector to NGCDF, about 3.4 billion, that will be able to assist in building up classes and laboratories to the new GSS students who are going to join in. I also applaud him because he has been able to form up a new funding model for our students in the universities, and a new funding model to the TVET institutions, which has been able to be given about 4.3 billion that will able to assist our students in the education sector. I also want to applaud him on his speech because of the universal health care, which he has been able to employ about 110,000 CHPs, community health promoters, who will go a long way in supporting the families back at home, which will cover about 100 households. These will go a long way in identifying the sick people at home before he goes to a level 4 hospital. We can be able to know what kind of illness that is ailing this person, and this will be able to assist us know early enough if this person is supposed to go to a dispensary, a level 1 hospital, or a level 3 hospital. These will assist our people so much. These will also assist us because in the new UHC model, he's been able to assist by reducing the cost of NHIF from 500 shillings to the most poor people to 300 shillings. You know, back at home, most of our people don't have money to pay this NHIF, so this will go a long way in assisting our people to pay for the NHIF. Number 3, in the agriculture sector, he has been able, I've had one of my colleagues say that he doesn't know the fertilizer of 2,500. I say that is negligence as a member of parliament, because this thing is outside here. The price of fertilizer has moved from 6,500 to 2,500. And that is the reason why we have been having a bumper harvest. Ever since, this is the first time we'll have a bumper harvest of about 50,000 bags. And that is the same reason the government has been able to buy dryers that will go a long way
in drying maize in our cereals board, and he has also reduced the cost of drying maize from 3,500 per bag to 70 shilling, from 350 shillings per bag to 70 shillings per bag. In the housing sector, he has been able to, we have been able to build so many houses for the less fortunate people. These houses, this affordable housing has been able to create employment for the many young people in this country who are not able to get employment. It has been able to create employment for artisans. It has been able to create employment for mercenaries, for electricians, and all manner of people. In the blue economy sector, he has been able to buy piers for our people in the coastal region and Nyanza region so that they can be able to go fishing. He's been able to buy boats for them. He's been able to buy coolers for cooling machines for them so that they can be able to put their fish inside there so that it doesn't get spoiled. In the mining sector, he's been able to put money in the mining sector so that those who are doing the mining can.
The Honorable Beatrice Adagala, followed by the Honorable Gideon Kimayo and the Honorable Stephen Mogaka. Bernard Kituri, you'll have your shot, don't worry.
Thank you.
Proceed, Honorable Adagala, Beatrice.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity at this particular time to give my views on the presidential state of address that he came to address the nation in this parliament here. Mr. Speaker, I want to say the message was clear and short, keeping in mind that the president has been in office for only 1 year and there are few things that have been achieved. From the onset, if I can start with agriculture, Mr. Speaker, sir, I would applaud the president on that, and especially on the issue of fertilizer. I want to echo the same sentiments my colleagues have echoed, and we want to ask him or the ministry in charge to continue doing that, because that's what is going to eradicate the issue of poverty, the issue of people lacking food, hunger, if agriculture is enhanced in this country. So I would ask the Minister for Agriculture, the next disbursement to ensure counties like my county, Vihiga, the farmers have small farms, they can package the fertilizer in 10 kgs, 25, and 5 kgs for everybody to afford. And that's my request that I would ask to add on how, the way he talked about agriculture. When it comes to health, Mr. Speaker, I love the way it has been done, because we passed several acts here concerning health, the universal health care, the under Afya Nyumbani, whereby we have just employed several those village health workers. We want to ensure that the Kenyan nation is healthy so that we do things properly, unlike having an unhealthy nation whereby everybody is sick, you can't work, you can't do anything. So I appreciate the president on that. I also want to appreciate him for recognizing those village women and men who normally assist in the village on health matters. Mr. Speaker, Rome was not built in a day. Somebody was shouting here on top of his voice, one of my colleagues, shouting of hunger. And his constituency is one of those food basket in the western region where we depend on food from that region. So when a leader shouts here on in the main parliament here about hunger, we want such leaders to assist the president in making sure that our people are registered, our farmers are registered, so that when fertilizer comes at the beginning of the year, every farmer gets that fertilizer. And it is even better, what I can shout here, I want to ask the Minister for Agriculture to add even seedlings, so that those people who are unable to afford, we have our widows in the villages, we have our PWDs, We have young people who cannot afford to buy seedlings and fertilizer. If that one can be added on, we shall appreciate, and our nation, we are going to eradicate the issue of hunger once and for all. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want also to appreciate the President's speech. For a record in the Kenyan history, he has at least given money to counties, to governors in all the 47 counties. So I think even that is where everything should start from. This is now the bottom-up approach, because money has gone to counties. The governors have the funds. They should be able to steer counties to another level that we may not be complaining of poverty, hunger, diseases, and everything. I think, Mr. Speaker, the President has tried in these few days. If he's given more time, I'm sure the next presidential speech here, we shall see more developments coming. What we just want to see President working on, Mr. Speaker, is corruption in this country. That one should be worked on so that things like what we are seeing, like what we saw at Jomo Kenyatta, raining all over, and we want to attract many tourists here, the minister in charge should go and find the solution for that place. And also, Hustler Fund. We are lucky for those funds are there. We want to thank the President for them, but we have to do more.
I will seek the indulgence of the Honorable Kimaio. Before I give you a chance, I will give it to Madam CTNA. I apologize. I kind of missed out on that because you had already given a notice and you've had an accident before, so you should have had a chance much earlier. Proceed, Madam CTNA, please.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to add my voice to the rest of the members who have spoken before me. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I want to applaud His Excellency the President out of his State of the Nation address for articulately prosecuting the journey of transformation in this country, which is realistic as evidenced by his commitment to live up to the Kenya Kwanza plan, despite the myriad challenges that he encountered when he set into office. On the sector of agriculture, I really want to thank the President. He has gone along to support the farmers through the subsidized fertilizer, because deep down in his heart, he had the food security. He wanted to ensure there was food security in this country so that people can be able to develop and move on with their development agenda. He subsidized fertilizer from 6,500 to 2,500, which was key in enhancing food production. And that is why today our farmers have food full in their stores, and they have enough to sell to the market at a cost of 4,000 shillings. And at the moment, because there is surplus of food, we are actually having the price of maize at 70 shillings a korogoro, unlike what people are actually saying. Those who are complaining do not know, because many of them are not in the production line. He also ensured that the farmers, through his leadership, were enrolled through the digital register, so that there were people who were employed to enroll them and actually put them in the register so that every farmer can access subsidized fertilizer. That is for my sister to note. On dairy industry, he has been able to ensure that there will be milk coolers going to those dairies that have not received milk coolers, and therefore our dairy farmers are going to be able to market their milk without challenges. I also want to applaud the President on the universal health coverage, because on the outset, he looked at preventive, promotive, and the palliative health care. And he has ensured that every Kenyan, through the universal health coverage, is going to access comprehensive and quality health care. and he has also ensured that those CWHs who are actually helping us in our communities have actually gotten some stipend to be able to do what we call promotive health care. And he has ensured that 100,000 of them have actually been employed under the Afya Nyumbani. And they are going to attend to 100 households per CHW. And therefore, we want to thank the President. I also want to applaud him for ensuring that the country very soon is going to be digitized. And that will ensure that there is efficiency in our governments. There has been a lot of challenges in our governments in terms of work, and this digitization is going to ensure that there is efficiency and accountability. He has also, through the Eurobond, we really want to thank the President, because the Kiswahili man says, deni ni kulipa. So he has tried to reduce the Eurobond debt by about 300 million, and this will go a long way in stabilizing the economy of our country. I also want to thank the President, because we have had a share of our security issues in this country, the northern Kenya, the Rift Valley, and parts of eastern and coast, and he has been very decisive on this through the Minister of Internal Security, and we have seen calm in those regions that had conflict through the bandit.
The Honorable Gideon Kimayo, followed by the MP for West Migrangu, and then followed by the Honorable Bernard Kitur. We will have one more round for other members of Parliament too. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity. I join the rest of my colleagues in commending on the speech of the President, which was commendable, and I applaud the President for a well-delivered speech, which touched on the areas of progress that he has made on the last 1 year in office. Mr. Speaker, the President, in his last part of the speech, and I quote, told us, "We have laid a firm foundation for a rapid development, and Kenya is no longer on your marks. The state of our nation at this moment in time is prepared and ready to go." And I agree with the President 100%. The President is acknowledging the challenges that we were in. The President inherited a ailing economy, but the President is not running away from the challenges. The President understands that we have the problem of debts, but is working very hard to ensure that we don't go in default in terms of debts for this country. I thank the President for the progress he's making in agriculture. When the President came in, he promised Kenyans that he will subsidize production, and he has kept his promise. Today, the cost of 1 bag of fertilizer is 2,500, which that is commendable to the government led by His Excellency the President. Now the President has pronounced himself. He has given a plan. I now urge the Ministry of Agriculture, through the Minister, working with national government, to ensure that the fertilizer reaches to that farmer in the village, so that it is only not one center in the entire constituency, so that we have last mile for fertilizer, so that fertilizer goes to the ward level where the mkulima is. I also thank the President for what he is trying to do in milk prices. The President is promising us a price of 50 shillings per liter of milk as farm gate price for the farmers. This, if it will happen in the near future, will assist our farmers, who are subsistence farmers mostly in our country. Like the place I come from in Keyo South constituency, most farmers in my constituency, almost every household has a dairy cow. And if the prices will be kept at a low, minimum price of 50 shillings, this will go a long way in assisting our farmers. In the area of education, the president promised Kenyans that there will be changes in the area of education, and we are seeing it. All the years, we were seeing a pattern where every student who is going to the university gets an equal bursary, regardless of whether you are affording it or you don't afford. But now the president is saying we need to bring equity in the sector of education. And in that sector of education now, university funding is based on who can afford and who cannot afford. And there are those who are given 100% scholarships, and there are those now who can afford, they can pay for it. Because there is no need. Somebody was able to pay for school fees when he was in primary school. He was able to pay for school fees when he was in secondary school in an academy. But when he goes to the university, he wants to be given bursary like any other student, which the president stamped his authority, and we must thank the president for that. The same also in the area of education, the president is doing a commendable job in trying to ensure that CBC now works. We are seeing a plan where the president is putting in some money, working together with NGCDF. We're building classrooms for the JSS classes, and he's promising that we work together. In terms of diplomacy, we've seen the president going around the world in terms of trying to be the best diplomats for this country, and we are starting to see the fruits. We are seeing heads of state coming to this country, and that shows that this country now is recognized internationally. Last but not least is I urge Kenyans that we give the president ample time, because this is only 1 year, and the president came into office when there were challenges. One, we must recognize that there was the challenge of COVID-19. We are now facing the effects. Also, there was the issue of international space. Now we're seeing wars in Israel, we're seeing war in Russia and the rest. And also there was Mandamano, which also inhibited the president not to deliver 100% on what he could have done. Imagine what the president would have done when there was no Mandamano. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Mogaka, followed by the Honorable David Bernard Kitur, MP for Nandi Hills, and followed by the MP for West Pokot.
Thank you.
Then by the MP for Gichugu. Proceed on that order.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir, for this opportunity to make my contributions on the President's State of the Nation address that was ably delivered in compliance with the constitutional requirement of this country. And from the outset, Mr. Speaker, I want to make my contribution on the basis that there is a constitutional underpinning on why the President has to deliver his State of the Nation address to this House, because we are the representatives of the people. And the reason more is that after that speech, it is the duty of this House to make policy, legislative, and other interventions to make the country prosper. And therefore, it would be a failure on my part if I start taking lamentations to my electorate when it is my duty as a legislator to make the necessary legislative interventions, to do the correct oversight on the executive, to ensure that the policy interventions and budgetary directions that are required to take this country where it should be are implemented. I want to thank the President for doing a correct diagnosis of the state of the nation. And at paragraph 7 of his address, he clearly told the nation that there are 3 problems that are facing this country: external shocks, fiscal distress, and structural imbalances, quoted, of course, with geopolitical conflicts, which has caused shortages like of fuel to this country, and therefore the devaluation of the dollar. I want to thank the President for laying it bare before this House that this is where we are. And I want to urge us, legislators, to rise to the occasion and give the necessary interventions that are required to take our country where we want it to be. Because we are all aware that the government does not do anything that has not come to this House. And it is therefore wrong on us a government that has come to this house with its policies, with its budgetary proposals, and we have in our wisdom approved and told them, go ahead as we oversight them. I want to also thank the President that when he gave the first State of the Nation address here 1 year ago, he had done the diagnosis, and 1 year later, even before 1/4 of the budget, his first budget, has been absorbed, the country has a food surplus and the shame of anger is behind us. And I want to thank the President and ask the government to continue on that trajectory. For those of us who have not seen a drop in the price of the gorogoros in their region, of course we know the answer. It is market forces at play. There are those who naysayers, never took advantage of the fertilizers, never went to the farm, and of course the price will remain where it was. They will have to spend a little more to go to markets where the farmers had gone and taken advantage of the cheap fertilizer and have got a surplus price. On the state of the national debt, I have a banking background, especially in credit risk analysis. The last thing one wants to suffer is to be blacklisted as a defaulter. I want to thank the government that today they have done proactive steps to ensure that the Eurobond that was going to blacklist this country is behind us. And with that, now the threats hanging and the Damocles sword hanging on the country that they cannot access affordable funding is behind us. I want to thank the President and request that he continues in that trajectory. I submit.
The Honorable MP for Nandi Hills, followed by the MP for West Pokot.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to be able to contribute on the comments on the State of the Nation address by the President of the Republic of Kenya. On the onset, Mr. Speaker, on that particular day when the President walked to this house, everyone was very expectant, and the President never disappointed. Indeed, I think it was for the first time that the President of the Republic of Kenya used a teleprompter in this house while he gave the speech. I think that was quite impressive. The President gave the progress of what he's been able to do since he got into the presidency, the promises that he had made, the effort, the achievements he's been able to address, and also the plans going forward on what he intends to do. On the onset as well, Mr. Speaker, the President mentioned that immediately he got into office, he confirmed the 6 judges of the Court of Appeal, where there were so many cases that were pending, and most of those judges that had been proposed by the Judicial Service Commission had not been approved for whatever reason it was. But the President took a deliberate effort immediately and was able to have those judges confirmed. And not only did he do that for the judiciary, the President went ahead, and even as he looked at the challenges of the budget of that particular arm of government, he made sure that they got an additional 3 billion shillings to be able to address the issue of justice in our country, and that the judiciary is well resourced. Equally, Mr. Speaker, it was notable when the President mentioned about the independence of the National Police Service, who had been misused in the years past. What the President did is that he was able to, by empowering them and giving them independence, he was able to give them a budget. And not only that, he also even called on the former Chief Justice to be able to lead a task force to look at the welfare of the police officers. I think that was something that was extremely commendable, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when we talk about the issue of the food crisis or the cost of living in our country, one of the things that the President has been able to do is to look at the production side of our economy. What is that one thing in our country that we have that can give us an advantage of having the ability to not only create employment, but to reduce the cost of living? That is the aspect of agriculture. And Mr. Speaker, sir, the President mentioned that he immediately gave subsidy, as much as he removed subsidy on many other aspects of the matters in economy. He gave subsidy to issue of fertilizer. And what was the effect of the same? We were able to have almost an additional 18 million bags in this season. The cost of living or the cost of food in our country has gone way low down. And not only that, he went even ahead further and even brought in the issue of dryers, because once we have a bumper harvest, the other biggest challenge that we've always been having, Mr. Speaker, is that we have most of this produce also getting damaged. He was able to import many other dryers and bring down the cost of those dryers to where they have always been charged 350 shillings. Now we have them at 70 shillings. This is something very commendable. Mr. Speaker, the President also mentioned issues of fiscal discipline in our country. He gave us a lot of comfort when he said that in his plans, when he came in, we were facing, and everybody knows in this country, we are facing issues of debt that was reeling and taking this country down. But he gave a comfort statement that in his plans, by end of this year, this December, we are going to make the first repayment of $300 million as a commitment and you know, a firm word from a president who is well organized, well planned. You know what he wants to do for this country. Also, Mr. Speaker, I would want to delve on the issue of the 7 million Kenyans whom the president removed them from the CRB, immediately got into this seat. Also the issue of the Hustler Fund, where over 36 billion shillings. Many people have spoken so many things about it, but you realize many Kenyans have been able to borrow. We have repeat customers about 7.5. I think that is something worth mentioning. Mr. Speaker, I want to also mention the issue of employment. We've been able to have over 57,000 teachers employed in this country. On the issue of housing, where we've had over 50,000 people employed on the 46,000 housing programs that have been done, and 40,000 others in the works. These are the things the President of the Republic is doing. It is extremely commendable and worth an applause. Lastly is the issue of the health of our Kenyan people.
Fair enough. The MP for West Pokot, followed by the MP for...
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity for me to contribute to the President's speech, which he gave while I was away, but I followed it keenly. First, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President for making sure that teachers are employed. I want to say, for the first time, the President, during his tenure, has ensured that more than 50,000 teachers were employed. And that has gone a long way in improving education in our schools. It has increased the ratio of teachers to the number of students. What I only want to urge the CS education is to ensure that the capitation comes on time, because teachers without the resources in classes may affect some learning. On the same note, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that in the manifesto of our President, he said that all girls are going to be given sanitary towels, and therefore I want to request the CS education also to ensure that those sanitary towels are available for our girls, and that is going to improve the education of our girls even more. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President also on the issue of universal health care, where we have the community health workers. I want to say that was a very important step, because mild diseases or these diseases can be detected early enough, and therefore we will lead or we will end up having a health nation. And you know, a healthy nation is a wealthy nation. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the President because of the availability of subsidized fertilizer. I know I come from an area where we do maize, some areas do maize. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my farmers are really enjoying that. Our practice some pastoralism, like areas of Kachaliba constituency and Sigor. We don't do maize there. Therefore, I want to only request that as the President goes ahead to ensure agriculture is done in our country, because in those areas, pastoralism is the main source of livelihood. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to say that these steps the president took were welcome. And another issue is about security. I want to say that the president has done a lot to improve security in our areas. However, there are some gray areas like the borders of Pokot and Turkana. Those are areas we still have some small issues because we still have some killings. So I urge the CS also security to do something on the same, because even recently we saw people being killed by our neighbors, especially my people were killed by my neighbors Turkana. So I want to urge the CS to work on that. Otherwise, the president is really doing a lot. I only urge his CSS to implement the manifesto of the president, and everything will be good to our people. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Gichimo, MP for Gichogo, followed by Kiunjuri, and then the Honorable Peter Kaluma, MP for Homa Bay Town.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for granting me that opportunity also to contribute to this State of the Nation address by the President, as obligated by or under Article 132 of the Constitution. And let me start by saying that this State of Nation address depicts a president who has a plan for this country, who is very organized, and who has a vision for this country. And considering that it's the first State of the Nation address in the first term of the present presidency of 5 years, I would say, and also going by the contributions that have been made by members of this House, that the President has, and the Kenya Kwanza government has scored an A. Why? Because there are success stories that are following out of this State of a Nation address. And first success story, Mr. Speaker, is in the sector of agriculture, which we all know that it's the backbone of this country, both economically and also in terms of the food security. And this government stuck to the fact that the only way we can lower the cost of living in terms of food, it's only by subsidizing production and not subsidizing consumption. And it's yielding, because when some politicians, I won't mention names, were saying that the cost of living, the cost of unga is very high, what else did they expect the government to do other than subsidize production? Because production is key to food security. And there is no way the government can give people food, but at least the government can be able to subsidize. And that has been done. Fertilizer cost has gone down, as the speech has, or the address has indicated, from a high of 6,500 almost to 7,000 to 2,500. My farmers in Geshogo who farm tea and coffee are now happy. I can confirm that tea farmers already have the 2,500 subsidized fertilizer, which will go a long way in improving their yields in terms of tea production. It will go a long way adding money to their pockets, because of course they will be economically empowered. The other success story is on the Hustler Fund. Mr. Speaker, around 36.6 billion has already been disbursed to applicants. This money is has already been injected in the economy. And of course, if it is circulating within the economy, it means that there are some people who are relying on this hustler fund for their daily bread. And there is still a success story that there is even a border rider who has been able even to get about 714,000 shillings from this hustler fund. That's a success story. There are many success stories, including 100,000 kilometers of last mile fiber optic connectivity. That will create jobs to our youths at the villages. They will employ themselves through the digital space that will be provided by this whatever. And connected to this, every constituency, this government is saying will have a digital center or where now youth can be able to access jobs, and they can also learn computers for free. And many things that have been said. Without belaboring so much, this is a nice call on the first year of this government of Kenya Kwanza. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kinjuri. Please give the mic to Honorable Kinjuri.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really want to join others who have really supported the President State of the Nation address. I'm also aware that we have only 5 minutes left between me and my brother Kaluma. I'll take 2.5, I'll leave 2.5 for you. That's brotherhood. Although you're on the other side, I'm on the other side, but you have to share the
You don't have to give, there's enough time. Proceed.
Yeah. Mr. Speaker.
You can have your 5 minutes and he will have his 5 minutes. Chair will.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I really want to join others. And one thing is that I know the President for a very long time. And the President is executing his plan. For those of us who have read Kenya Kwanza plan, there is nothing that is being done out of what is in his manifesto. And a house cannot be built on quicksand. For you to have a firm foundation, you really need to work on it, and a good builder will ensure that his foundation is firm. I'm happy that the President is not panicking. Being an experienced politician, and also having been in government, from being an assistant minister, deputy president, and president, I have all the reasons to believe in him. Mr. Speaker, Mr. President has pronounced himself on so many things. He came here, he has been able to enumerate his achievements so far. And there are so many of them, beginning with the reforms that took place immediately he came in: judiciary, police force, the hustler fund, fertilizer subsidy, you can name them. Teachers, for the first time employing over 55,000 of them, and they can be counted one by one. At the same time, he is aware of the challenges that are facing him, both natural and also those one created by previous administration, and also the other challenges that are unforeseen. He has not shied to tell Kenyans that we need to go through pain for us to achieve our goal. And therefore, his intention is not hidden. His intention is known. We all know where he's taking us. The only reason I would be worried is if we are now approaching that year, and what he promised us in the first year, we have not started seeing light at the end of the tunnel. As a member of parliament also, and as an experienced person, I also had the advantage of seeing the Moi government in power, transition to Mwai Kibaki government, the challenges Mwai Kibaki faced the first 3 years. To an extent, during his second year, at Nyayo Stadium, some people would say, ni heri Moi. But that did not stop Mwai Kibaki, God rest his soul in peace, to work hard, and his plan and his ideas came to fruition. And today, one of the most remembered presidents in this country is Mwai Kibaki. I pray that Honorable the President, William Ruto, with his plan, that in the next 3 years, you'll be able to say, this is the journey we have taken together through pain. It is true that Kenyans are suffering, but it's equally true that you cannot run away from the reality. Where we start today, we have a game plan. The question is, one, do we have an end game? And there is end game, that means that this country will be able to come from where we are, be able to stabilize, and a new dawn will be there for us to enjoy and for us to remember, although we suffered, yet we have something to enjoy from this government. Those few words, Mr. Speaker, I beg to support.
The Honorable Peter Kaluma, MP for Mutembei, followed by the Honorable Frederick Lusuli Ikana, the MP for Shinyaru. Proceed, Honorable.
Honorable Speaker, this is my third time in Parliament, and I've listened to very many State of the Nation addresses. Honorable Speaker, if I were to candidly advise the President, I would request him to sack whoever wrote this State of the Nation address. Because, Honorable Speaker, it does not speak to the matters the President ought to address under Article 132C of the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the matters the President is required to address are matters regarding national values and principles of governance, and how his regime has complied with them. Honorable Speaker, when you look at this State of the Nation address by the President, it's about what the President imagines are his achievements. You'd think the President is giving himself a scorecard in terms of what he has done, not in terms of how his regime is securing the full realization of the national values and principles of governance. And Honorable Speaker, if I were to refer colleagues and Parliament to Article 10, those national values and principles of governance are set out in sub-Article 2. And Honorable Speaker, they are patriotism, national unity, sharing and devolution of power, the rule of law, democracy and participation of the people, human dignity, equity, social justice, inclusiveness, equality, human rights, non-discrimination, and protection of the marginalized. In addition, Honorable Speaker, we have good governance, integrity, transparency, and accountability. Honorable Speaker, it is therefore not sufficient for the President to tell us, for instance, that his regime has secured the employment of 56,000 teachers. That one is the duty of government. And these teachers are being paid by taxes raised by Kenyans. What we want to hear from the President is how these 56,000 teachers have been distributed across the country in a manner that secures those ideals and the national values. And I can tell you, Honorable Speaker, there are parts of this country where teachers have been employed, up to teachers who graduated in 2022. Honorable Speaker, when you go to constituencies like mine, I have teachers who are retiring without ever being employed. These are the skewed things the national values and principles of governance wanted to do away with. And Honorable Speaker, you saw a short while back, even politicians distributing TSC employment forms. In our constituencies, you get 2 or 3 people being sent. So the government is interfering with even the independence of the commission in securing these national values relating to equity and fairness. This is what we should be talking about. Honorable Speaker, just a short while back, in terms of inclusiveness, non-discrimination and equity, we were here with the Cabinet Secretary for Treasury, confirming the last employment of KRA officers went largely to 2 regions. The others were just droppings here and there. I can confirm in Mutembei town constituency, none at all. These are the matters the President ought to address. It's not a matter of telling us Jubilee government, UDA government or Kenya Kwanza is going this direction. Honorable Speaker, ask yourself. It is one thing to say the regime is successful and quite another to be real. When you say, for instance, Honorable Speaker, that from the Hustler Fund, a Kenyan has borrowed 714,000, but that person is still in a call with the president, asking the president to raise the fund so that he may be able to buy a tuk-tuk. What does he tell you? The Hustler Fund has failed. If you have borrowed up to 714, you should buy so many tuk-tuk, what is this system that can keep you borrowing but cannot enable you to invest? These are the things we are talking about.
I have given you an additional 2 minutes. Proceed. Proceed. You have taken 5 minutes, but I have given you the leeway to add
I thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, we may talk about the regime seeking to have an independent police so that the security measures the president ought to address are addressed. We are talking about judiciary being given money and their independence being secured. But Honorable Speaker, it is one thing for the regime to say we promised the judiciary 3 billion and we gave it to them. And it is quite another to allow the judiciary access that money. Honorable Speaker, there is an animal called infamous at Treasury here, where all arms of government, all agencies of government, including this parliament, budget for monies and they can see it, but they can never reach it. I can tell you the judiciary is struggling, just as this parliament currently cannot even move. We have measures being implemented where parliament is budgeting, but other agencies are determining budget and had access to these funds. And an Honorable Speaker, look at the independent commissions, the Ethics and Anti-Corruption Commission, the Office of the Auditor General, the Office of the Director of Public Prosecution. How have we secured the fight against corruption so that there can be enough resources to be equitably shared in the nation? This regime came in with a collapse of the fight against corruption. Cases are being dropped down by the courts at a rate that is shocking even people who can just sit at somewhere, know the so-and-so is so corrupt by what they earn. These commissions and independent offices are being underfunded, Honorable Speaker. Talk to members of Justice and Legal Affairs Committee. Talk to us who oversight some commissions in administration and internal affairs. Even the little budget. Honorable Speaker, let me give you an example. A commission like National Police Service Commission and Independent Police Oversight Authority, their annual budget is 100 million. Their annual travel allowance, including external travels, is 850. And in the supplementary budget we'll be dealing with, it is a cost to go below 300,000. Not 300 million, 300,000. So we've disabled the commissions that can secure there is no corruption, Honorable Speaker. So that we have resources. Honorable Speaker, I was just beginning.
You've had next time. Honorable Ikana, MP for Shinyalu. Proceed, the Honorable
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on the presidential address that was made in this House last week. I want from the onset to confirm that the presidential address that was made here met the expectations of most of the Kenyans, including myself, and it was also in full compliance of Article 132, Section C of the Constitution of Kenya on the expectations of the annual address. I want to take this opportunity to just highlight a few things that I have managed to capture from the presidential address. One of the things that the president very ably elaborated was on the matter of the cost of living. The cost of living is, of course, the giant in the room. It is a subject that is affecting all Kenyans across the political divide, across the country. But, Mr. Speaker, the President was able to explain to this House and to the nation on the initiatives that he is taking to ensure that at least the burden of the cost of living is ameliorated. One of the aspects that the President highlighted, and of course we have witnessed it, is the subsidies on production. Mr. President has focused on reducing production as opposed to subsidizing consumption. How has he been able to achieve this? One of the key areas that he has focused is the subsidy on fertilizers. We have seen the cost of fertilizer dropping from a high of over 7,000 from the time he was coming into office to less than 2,500 shillings currently. This will ensure more Kenyans will be able to bring the size of arable land into production and productive use. The other thing that he has done has been waiving the debts that were owed by sugarcane factories and sugarcane farmers. A lot of us from Western Province, we rely a lot on sugarcane farming, and we believe through this initiative, all our factories that are now shut should be able to start moving back into production and business. The other thing, Mr. Speaker, that touched me was the provision of the Hustler Fund to hundreds of thousands of Kenyans. As we know, already 36 billion shillings has been borrowed by Kenyans, and the President was quick to give us an example of Harrison Karisa from Coast, who has borrowed up to 714,000 shillings. Sorry? Thank you. In my own constituency, I have a success story of Mama Chikokoti of Haega Market, Mama Mboga, who has been able to borrow through the Hustler Fund close to 500,000 shillings. What does this tell us? That we need to ensure we support these initiatives that are bringing more Kenyans into bankable space and also into access to affordable and cheap credit. The other thing which I'm highlighting is universal health care, which the President launched the other day, ensuring that more and more Kenyans get access to health and medical care. With that, I support the President's speech. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Honorable Harrison Kombe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Looking at the House, I'm standing under Standing Order number 35. Looking at the House, it seems we lack quorum.
Indeed, yes, you are right. We don't have quorum. Could you ring the Sergeant at Arms, ring the division bell so that we get quorum, and the whips to whip members of Parliament to come into the House so that we can continue with the debate. Order, Honorable Member for Shinyalu, when there is a division bell ringing, except the whips who are supposed to go and whip members to come into the House, plenary, no member is allowed to get out of the House. You can't leave the chambers. That's the rule. At arms, ensure no member leaves the House until we exhaust the 10 minutes of the division bell. It's okay. Oh, yeah, you can stop ringing the bell now. Honorable members, there being no quorum, and the time being 7:21 p.m., this House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 16th of November, 2023 at 9:30 a.m.